Okay. Oh, echo. Are we ready? No. Test. No.
I did my fix.
Test. No. Hello. No.
Test. Test.
Hello. What was the echo? Hello. Did it work?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, nobody moved. I just pushed about every button.
Okay.
But it-
Alrighty, we got the sound fixed. So the August 13th, 2025 meeting of the Corvallis School Board is now called to order at 9:12 a.m. to support the health and safety of all community members, particularly those who are immunocompromised and their families. The board continues to offer a virtual participation option for board members and district staff. Public comment is available at select meetings, both in person and virtually. Details on how to provide public comment are available on the Corvallis School District website. Today's agenda, board packet, and a link to the district's YouTube channel can be found on the school board page of the website. All public meetings are live streamed on YouTube, and recordings are typically posted the following day. Today we have all board members in attendance in person. And the first item on the agenda, I'm going to hand it over to Ryan for welcome and superintendent's update.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. I wanted to just sort of lay out the intentions for the day. But before we do that, I think it would be great if we could go around and do introductions. We have a new student representative joining us this morning. So, Lauren, would you mind starting us, and then we'll just work our way around?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lauren Wolf. I am the Director of Finance.
Good morning. I'm Byron Bethers, Director of Student Growth and Experience.
Good morning. I'm Kim Patton. I'm the Director of Operations.
I'm Judah Largent. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a school board member.
Hi, I'm Chris Hawkins. I'm a school board member.
Samuel Abdrabo, school board member.
Shauna Tomini, she, her, and school board member and co-vice chair of the school board.
Lou Hui White Bear, I go by Lou. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the chair of the school board.
I'm Ryan Oss, and I'm the superintendent. And again, thank you all for being here this morning. I use he, him.
I am Bernie Wong. I'm a member of school board.
Therese Jones. I use she, her pronouns. I am a school board member and co-vice chair.
I'm Aya Akavan Haydari, and I'm a school student representative.
Totally fine.
And then say what school you're from.
I'm from CHS, Corvallis High School.
Welcome, Aya. I'm Melissa Harder. I'm the assistant superintendent, and I use she, her pronouns.
Hi, I'm Kim Nelson, and I'm school board secretary.
So as we begin our retreat, I was thinking back to the retreats we've done over the years, and it's always sort of a different formation of who's in the room based on the area that we're focused on. Some years, as an example, when we were doing our board goals, we had a large contingent of community members, staff members, and board members. Today, our focus is really around facilities and our facilities moving forward. So we have a smaller team, including Melissa, Lauren, Byron, Kim, and myself, to be able to provide you with information. As we go through the day, we're going to spend the majority of the time this morning focused on our long-range facilities plan and the culmination of that, which Kim will share. And then this afternoon, we'll spend more time talking about where do we go from here in terms of our number of schools and our facilities, with some goals for you to provide me with some feedback and information in order for me to move forward and bring additional information to you in the future. So that's really the plan for today. Because we are in a retreat, we'll be here all day. We also, sometimes with the retreat, we've done it with just owls for people to be able to view. Today, because we're going to be involved in so much discussion, we felt like it was better to do the full AV setup. There will be one point in time when we will be doing a gallery walk and looking at some information and data, so that will be harder for folks at home to go back and watch later, or if they're watching live. But again, for the majority of time, we'll be sitting here together. We will have a break for lunch at 11:45. You all know where the restrooms are. We have coffee and water available and some snacks, thanks to a couple of our board members. But with that, again, I just want to thank you for spending the day with us, engaged in some thinking and learning and some opportunities for us to take away your insights so we can continue to move forward. So that's the plan for this morning. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kim, who's going to be sharing actually leading the majority of the morning around our long-range facilities planning.
Okay, Kim, are you going to share a PowerPoint? Well, I'll fill the time with just ad-libbing here, is that, so our long-range facilities master or planning committee came together in April and spent time together, considerable amount of time together through June. And since their last meeting in June, I've been working on finalizing that report and working on presentation for you. So, Kim, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I want to start by just talking about planning for facilities. I've been in the district since 1998, and so I've been involved in all of this planning that you see on the screen. So in 2002, the district created a new facilities plan, and a new facilities plan led to a bond sale. We did bond work. In 2008, we just updated the plan. So you're going to see a little bit of a cycle going here. In 2014, we did a conditions assessment that led an innovation team, which looked at educational delivery. 2018, we made a new plan, and we passed a bond. So here we are in 2025. We did all of our bond construction, and we're going to just be doing an update to that plan. It's not a full involved process where we're looking to be able to sell a bond, because we're not in that place where our facilities are in pretty good condition. So you do a big plan, you do an update to the plan. You do a big plan, you do an update to the plan, and that's where we're at here today. Kim, next slide. I felt like it was important to remind you of what we did in our facilities bond work. So the 2002 facilities bond really focused in on seismic upgrades. That was the focus in 2002. We built a new Corvallis High School, a new Linus Pauling. We did significant seismic improvements at Lincoln, some educational improvements at CV, and then a whole list of deferred maintenance that happened in that bond program. And in 2018, our bond program really was focused on elementaries. So in that bond, we built Lincoln and Bessie Coleman at their existing sites. We replaced modular classrooms with permanent additions to our buildings. renovated every elementary school, modernized CTE spaces, and again, deferred maintenance that needed to happen. What I want to say about this is that really this bond program was different. The facilities planning was different, and that came from the board. The board said, don't just build buildings to build buildings. Think about what the educational impacts are, and that was that innovation team that was created. And I would say that we did all of it different. We involved our community, parents, teachers in the design process. We made all values guided decision making. And so I believe we came out with a much better end product in this and really innovative spaces that have led to changes in instructional delivery. And that's evident in our schools. So all that said, here we are for long-range facilities planning. I wanted to just give you a little highlight that it was an 8-member committee. Remember, we're doing an update. We had some representative from the business community. We had City of Corvallis, Benton County. We had 3 community members, and it was important to me that we have some people from our last facilities improvement planning process who represented on that committee. The committee charge was just to update the previous plan. We met 5 times, and we met on different topics each time, and included in that meeting structure was a community input session on May 28th where we shared the data that we had been reviewing. Okay, so at our first meeting, we really just focused in on enrollment and growth. And something that I think is important about this is that we did hire Flow Analytics to do a study for us. And the next slide is really going to show you a culmination of our enrollment over time. And I'm going to walk you through this because I really think it's important for us to see this. You're going to see that it also includes when schools were built and closed over time. So that's what I'm going to walk you through. We incorporated as a district in 1957, and we had 10 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. Between 1957 and 1971, we see this huge spike in enrollment. And during that time, we built Catherine Jones Harrison, Adams, Western View Middle School, which is no longer here. We built Sheldon and Crescent Valley High School. So that growth required us to do a huge construction push. And then what happened? Before we even opened CV, the enrollment started to drop. And so in 1975, we'd been experiencing a 5-year decline. Washington and Roosevelt elementary schools closed, followed by Franklin and Dixie in the early 80s. We reopened Franklin in 1995, and at that time it was a Center for Alternative Learning, and Franklin School as we know it now. I think it was a K-5 then. And then after another 7-year decline in 2002, that's that next process that we talk about, Fairplay and Harding were consolidated into our other elementary schools. Western View and Highland were consolidated here on this campus called Westland. Enrollment continued to decline, and we eventually closed Innovale, which had been created into a K-8 through the consolidation process in 2002. And as you can see now, we're continuing to decline. So this is, to me, is a really slide that shows that we see enrollment go up, we see enrollment go down, we build schools, we have to consider closing schools, and it's all in reaction to that enrollment. So, Kim, I think I created this where you have to actually give me a tap to get the key messages, but enrollment, key messages from the committee during that meeting were that enrollment declined by 1,100 students over the last 10 years, with some factors being affordable housing, the pandemic, and birth rates. The student growth rate, so when we actually reviewed the information about the city growth, and you're going to get an opportunity to look more into that data when we do our gallery walk, but the finding there was that student growth rate data showed that single-family homes attract families with students at a greater rate than multifamily housing. And I'm just going to point back to, we heard from the city about putting in multifamily housing. There's just not a lot of room for single homes right now, or planned single family homes in our community. And so that is going to impact the growth of students. This is going to bring up specific questions for everybody, I'm sure. The interdistrict transfer, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kim. Interdistrict transfer rates are high in our district, and it's by design due to specialty programs and our transfer policy. So it requires us to continue looking at the data from that 30,000 foot level, really by grade level, not by individual schools, because it's hard to predict based on where students live. So this brings up lots of questions, these key messages. And again, we're going to be able to review the data. If you have questions right now, I'm going to encourage you to take notes, and then we'll be able to discuss it later. Facility conditions and capacity. So we did hire architect firms to come in and do a facility condition assessment. It's part of the ODE requirements. ODE does require us to do the long-range planning every 7 to 10 years, and there's specific things that we have to accomplish in that process. We looked at the condition of our facilities, we looked at our available land, we looked at historical registry impacts, and so I'm going to give you some high level. Kim, if you want to go to the next slide. So through the assessment process, we looked at all of those things, and there is a facility condition index that's assigned to each building. Facility condition index is the cost of repairs divided by the cost of replacement, and it gives you this number. And so as you can see, our schools are all in the green or yellow zone. When you get to 30 or 30% is when they say to think about replacement, and we are nowhere close to that. I think this is very evident in the work that we've done on our buildings. We have buildings that are in good shape, which is very different from the last time we did a big bond program back in 2002. Our buildings were not in good shape. They are at this point. I want to point out replacement costs. So Bessie Coleman replacement cost is $54 million. And when we built Bessie Coleman, we spent $39 million. So one of the things that our committee really pointed out is that we spent the money at the right time. Inflation is intense, and that we should be proud of that work. So, can you say that again? The replacement cost is $54 million for Bessie Coleman right now. We spent $39 million. And it was just built, correct, a couple years ago. So if we were not in that good condition, we would be really hurting to find money to spend to replace these buildings. Kim, the next slide. Our key messages from our committee are that bond dollars were spent well, and that the two schools that scored the lowest received the least amount of upgrades in the bond. And so you can see the money we spent really made impact. And then we're celebrating the completion of bond work, and that it was completed within bond funds because replacement costs have increased significantly. That was very evident to the committee. So the third part of facilities planning is looking at capacity. And so I'm going to tell you that we spent multiple meetings on this one. This one was a little bit trickier for the committee. So Kim, go ahead and go to the next slide. We had to make some assumptions going into the work. First of all, how many students per classroom? So as a leadership, we made the decision to use elementary max classroom is 27, middle school max 29, and high school 31. And then I want to talk to you about utilization rates or factors. So the Association for Learning Environments, referred as A4LE, is a organization that architects really lean on for educational design. And they recommend a utilization rate at elementary of 90 to 100%. We chose 90%. So what does that mean? So when we calculate our maximum capacity, building capacity at a building, we know that from year to year, you might see blips of higher enrollment or lower enrollment. We leave that 90% utilization factor to accommodate that. And so at the middle and high school, we are using 75 and 85, and that really plays into, they are on a different kind of schedule. They rotate every period, and so many options. It's hard to fully maximize enrollment in each of those classes, so you plan for those utilization factors. So when you look at the numbers, you'll see that we have applied those utilization factors. Kim? The next thing that we really needed to think about was educational programming. As a facilities director, I know to be true, you can't put a full classroom in every classroom because there needs to be space to accommodate the needs of students on a daily basis. So we worked with our student growth and experience department to develop standardized programming for each grade level, and we did it by building and we did it by district-wide programming. I mentioned earlier specialty programs. District-wide programming is really that specialty programs that we talked about. But I want to walk you through this because I think it's important to understand in the numbers that we're going to look at in a bit. So at an elementary school, the classrooms that we don't calculate into building capacity is the art room, a flex room, which is a room that we set aside for the principal to use however they think they need it to best support the students that school year, the music room, and the gym. So those spaces don't get calculated into building capacity. At middle school, it's a few more rooms. As you can imagine, it's a bigger school. So they take one classroom for an alternative learning space, one computer lab, two learning resource centers. So that's supporting students on IEPs and 504s. Student support services, they need 3 classrooms. That is SPED. Did I get that right? Okay. And then in our middle schools, for whatever reason, didn't have a specific staff dining room designed into them. And so a staff support service is really a staff dining room or lounge. At the high schools, we do 1 alternative learning space, 1 computer lab, 3 learning resource centers, and 3 classrooms, and then 1 support staff lounge for staff. I want to point out that these are what our principals and student growth and experience staff predicted we needed if our buildings were fully occupied, so full capacity, so that we could plan accordingly. Now, district-wide programming, I think just refreshing about specialty programs. At the elementary level, we have life skills, and we are planning for 2 classrooms, and that's assuming full capacity in our buildings. So 2 classrooms district-wide, 1 classroom for a social emotional growth program, and 4 classrooms for inclusive pre-K. So currently those 4 classrooms are filled by KidCo Head Start, and we want to prioritize that. We'd love it if we could prioritize it district-wide, but we would not like to see us reduce that because it's supporting our pre-K families with early childhood services. At the middle school level, Life Skills program is 2 classrooms, and English language development needs to have 2 additional classrooms dedicated. At the high school level, our Life Skills program is 3 classrooms. That's for our 9 through 12 students. Wings is our ages 18 to 21, and they need 3 classrooms district-wide, and English language development 1 classroom. And the reason 1 instead of 2 English language development is because we see students graduating out of that program, and so there's fewer students at the high school level. So this is a big spreadsheet that's hard to read, and we are going to look at it closer. I've got it on the board, and when we do our gallery walk, you'll be able to dive in a little bit closer. So the total facility condition index, that's the condition of our buildings. That's just how we presented it to the committee. But we have calculated building capacity, which is the elementary school. We took every classroom that looked like the size of a classroom. That is the number of classrooms total. We subtracted those building level programming needs, and then we calculated it by the number of students per classroom. So if it looked like a classroom and it's the square footage of a classroom, it's calculated in, if that makes sense. And then I'm going to walk you into that next column, spaces dedicated district level program. At the elementary level, we talked about 7 classrooms. That was life skills, social emotional growth, and what was the last one? I'm forgetting. Anyway, there was another one. 7 classrooms multiplied by 27 students. So we subtract that out from our district-wide enrollment capacity. So the reason we do that is those programs could be at any school. They don't have to be, our social emotional growth this year is at Mountain View. Wouldn't have to be at Mountain View. Life skills wouldn't have to be at KJH. I'm not saying we're going to move any of those programs, but for the purpose of capacity, we have an enrollment capacity at elementary level of 3,233 students. This year, I'm sorry, in 24-25, we had 2,300 students. So we were at 72% capacity in the 24-25 school year, and this year we're at, I think it says 69%. And I can walk you through the rest. I think it's going to be easier when you're at the board to just look at all of that. But we are really underutilizing our buildings is what this demonstrates. We have room, tons of room. So let's move on to the committee recommendations. Actually, I just want to say that the committee, when they saw these numbers, felt a little sick to their stomach. They were like, whoa. When you look at it like this and you see how much room we have, it just was very evident that there's something needed to be done, and they expressed that multiple times through the process. So now we'll talk about committee recommendations. I'm going to tell you there was a lot of key messages through that building capacity planning, and they built on each other. So I did not give you the individual key messages from all of those meetings because they culminated in our recommendations. So I just want to name that there were key messages from each of those meetings. So in our meeting in June, there was a facilitated process. We looked at the feedback from the community input, and as you can imagine, a lot of that community input was around our next steps, not around this recommendation. I do want you to know that the committee did see that feedback and considered it in their conclusions. But I'm going to walk you through their 6, I call them conclusions because not all of them are action oriented, but are the conclusions of the committee. So conclusion number 1. The committee concluded that the enrollment decline over the next 10 years will result in underutilization of our facilities. According to projections, in the school year 28-29, our buildings will be at 59% utilization at elementary school, 86% utilization at middle school, and 61% utilization at high school level, with utilization district-wide 65% of enrollment capacity. That last 65%, that hit for the committee. Okay, conclusion number 2. The district's facilities are in good condition as represented by the Facilities Condition Index summary. All buildings were considered good or fair. The district should continue to maintain all buildings to ensure safe learning environments for all. Okay. Number 3, Corvallis School District buildings and properties are important assets for the district and should be retained to ensure flexibility for future enrollment fluctuations and maintain the district's investment in the land and the 2018 facility improvement bond. They felt like they did not want us to sell these buildings because the hope is we see enrollment go back up over time, and we've spent a lot of money on our buildings. Number 4, the district should continue to engage with the community to shape next steps for facilities and education in the Corvallis School District, building trust and transparency. This was a lot in response to our community input session, where we realized we really want our community involved in this, and that next steps are going to be really important. So. The district should continue to work with the city of Corvallis to collaborate on housing and community growth. This goes back to meeting number 1 and meeting number 5, where we heard feedback from the community. Number 6, the district should review intra-district boundaries to support enrollment trends, specialized programs, and to ensure that resources are distributed equitably between district schools. So that was months worth of work wrapped up into a very few slides and a lot of information that I just shared with you. I do just want to say thank you to the Long Range Facilities Planning Committee. This wasn't an easy process for them. in the midst of all of the community unrest around budget, around the fears of consolidation and closure, and to keep their work focused on facilities was not easy, as you can imagine. And they took this work very seriously. They kept all of our values in mind. We went back to our equity look-fors every meeting, keeping focused on what we're really talking about. And that was those 3 topics: enrollment and demographics of our community, facility condition, and capacity of our buildings. And so, with that, I think that we've done pretty good on time. Yes, and so we made it through the recommendations and the slides. The next step is that we're gonna do a gallery walk. And Kim, actually, I had one more slide. We're gonna go around the room and we're gonna give you time to really look at more of the data that the committee looked at. We're gonna have staff at those strategic areas. Lauren's gonna be here for the enrollment and demographics, so she can answer any questions that you have about that. I'll be at the facility condition and the building capacity area. And I think Melissa and Byron are gonna be at the programming, which is at the back bulletin board. And with that, we wanna keep board members in less than 3 people, so because we will not have sound on, so we're not gonna have a quorum during that time, and we will not be discussing board business during that time. And I have some questions for you to consider as you're making your way around. So when you review the data, what surprises you and what wonderings do you have? What did it confirm for you? And then, considering the committee's recommendations, what are your thoughts on balancing facility use with enrollment trends? And from this gallery walk, what do you see as possibilities or next steps for students of Corvallis? When we're gonna take, okay, I'm gonna leave it to Kim or Ryan to tell us how long we're gonna take, but when we are done with that gallery walk, we have time set aside for board discussion, so. Mm-hmm.
And we'll leave one mic on just to comply with our public meeting laws. And I just wanted to remind anybody viewing that it will be hard to hear anything. That's also part of why we will not be more than 3 board members in one spot.
I would say, is there any clarifying questions about the PowerPoint or the presentation before we go into the gallery walk? Can we leave a picture of the boardroom and small screen in general, and then leave the slides up?
Yeah, because we have to have
Okay.
recording what we're doing. So we need to, yeah, that would work.
Did you have a question, Sammy?
Yeah, just a clarifying question. As you shared your gratitude to for the committee, my understanding is the committee of the superintendents, and I was honored to shadow one of the meetings and listen in. Could you uplift the experiences, walks of life of those committee members? Maybe also, if they're just employees of the district or community members, have they been involved in previous bonds levies and other work? So folks understand the community inputs we got through the committee work.
Definitely. I am happy to do that. We had a business member who is also a parent in our community. This business member served on our bond oversight committee, as well as has just been engaged in a lot of ways. Ryan, do you want to add anything?
Just the last iteration of the long-range facilities planning.
Correct. We also participated in that. We had a parent who's fairly new to the district, had been here for a couple years, and had no experience with the long-range facilities planning. We had another parent who does work in the district in a different capacity, not in facilities, and she had middle school and high school students who had been through our long-term community member. We had the Deputy Director of Parks and Rec, who was involved in facilities planning last time around also. We had a representative from Public Works at Benton County. We had a community member who is a recent retiree of the facilities department, who was also a project management on the bond program, which was a really good add to that group. I'm missing somebody. Oh, we had a previous board member on the group who is also a community member and a parent whose students have gone through the system. Who did I miss, Ryan?
I think beyond that, just district staff who participated as well.
Yes.
So on the facility side, we had support. We also had support on the student growth and experience side, and those as departments as well.
We did intentionally ensure that we had more committee members in the room than we did staff. So I do want to point that out, that we were really intentional about who was in the space.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had one question about the slides, so I don't forget. Are we going to see an updated slide, the district-wide capacity one, after the enrollment numbers are finalized? Because it had projected. It's the one that's over here, but it's blank,
Yes,
right?
we can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
We won't have updated enrollment numbers until the November 13th meeting, I think, is when we switched it to. But I could probably I'll give them to Ryan before then. I won't be here for the month of October.
Okay. Yeah, that's that was my only question because it's helpful as we're thinking. But yeah, thanks. Are we ready to do the gallery walk then? Okay, so maybe we can we leave that back mic on since it's in the back of the room, or actually Lauren since it's in the middle, and then we'll just leave that one on the whole time. Thank you.
Teresa.
Oh, you have a question, Teresa? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just on our schedule, we're showing a break before the gallery walk. Do we want to take that?
We're a half hour ahead, so I think we're gonna do the break after the gallery. We'll do the gallery walk break, and then we'll do the discussion.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
So with that, we'll go ahead and do the gallery walk till 10:15. So it gives everyone half an hour to look at the slides and develop their questions. Again, thinking about those three areas. What were some surprises in the data? What were your those are the sorry, I had different questions in my head than I see in front of my face.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's totally fine.
Kim,
Okay. Okay, so to go to okay, sounds good. So we're going to go till 10:30 for that. And again, the questions are up there. When we review the data, what surprises you and what wonderings do you have? What did it confirm for you? Considering the committee's recommendations, what are your thoughts on balancing facilities use with enrollment trends? And then finally, from this gallery walk, what do you see as possible or next steps for the students of Corvallis?
I'm wondering with bullet number 2 if people need a printout of the committee's recommendations, because we just went through them in the slide form. They're on the wall. Okay, thank you.
The committee's key messages are on the wall, not the recommendation. That's okay. I'd be happy to print those out.
Kim is going to print those out.
Great.
And so we have 45 minutes for this part.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Do you want to just pull it off the slide deck? Thank you. This breaks it down by individual capacity. So if you put any of these classrooms in, you have to reduce the individual capacity for each of those. All right. This demonstrates that we really need to be thinking about overall capacity, because this could really be flexible to meet the design. Yeah, okay. So purely, or do you want my slide? Well, so I would say, that from a facilities perspective, that's how we should do it.
Yes, exactly.
I think.
And it's more than that, it's also it's a course on their schedule. Here, it's a full out. Yes, exactly.
Buildings, right?
And we're using
Decisions based on buildings.
in elementary.
We have involved in what's best for kids. How do we use all of our tools in our toolbox to make sure whatever the outcome is best for students. So, is our value system closed in elementary school? Is our value system?
Oh,
holistically.
we can explain that, yeah.
Because programming is something that's on the table, right? So if you want to look at programming, then you look at all of it, and you step back to say what is the best for students. So I am an operations director. So if you were only looking at buildings, then that would be the conclusion you would make. I would encourage you to think holistically about all of it and what is possible. And so thinking about, and I'm going to point this out, that each one of the schools are neighborhood hubs.
Step away, Sam, because there's
Right?
two other
The
board members there, so you can
do
move there. Okay.
She talked about, that's where she talks about
That's one of the things
each classroom fit this number of students, and then we multiplied it by a factor depending on, like, so that the factor is higher in elementary than it is at middle. So she knows those numbers.
This one's not a neighborhood.
It's not there.
So, does that, should we be considering that in terms of, like, the fact that we've got one?
That's why I'm saying mine isn't that excited.
That's not included in the
Look at the data
neighborhood.
from afar.
Do you think that's something that we should, that should weigh in our,
I think that that is a factor. I can't tell you if it should weigh into your decision making. I do think that that is a really successful program. I think it's a factor. I think that Mountain View is uniquely positioned to support that geographical area, and if you look at our community that we support in our district boundary, Adair is growing faster than Corvallis is, and so I think that that's a factor in any consideration.
So I got, so the order that
Adair would, their enrollment boundary would be
she's
Mountain
having
View.
a preview, and it's always like.
So if they were opting into public enrollment, then that's, right now, that's the school that has the most potential to actually see its value.
And it's really low. And so I think we need to be creative, and I would say, what are programming options? I think there's a lot related to programming that's gonna come to this.
And then, but it also has a side. Those high school campuses with such more capacity.
There's 4 grades versus 3 grades. They're bigger campuses. And I would also say that we have a larger bubble that's coming at middle school that's gonna hit, and you're gonna see them too.
One more question going back here. So what I'm curious about with elementary schools, because I think we do need to be looking at the entire range of programming here. So my question is, by boundaries, can't we make things do this, but by boundaries, if we were to say close an elementary school, can we imagine, based on where those kids live, which elementary schools would absorb those families? Can we estimate that? What I'm trying to figure out is, if we know, as an example, that Mountain View, that Adair has growth. So without doing anything, a Mountain View could actually pick up more families, but right now it's the lowest enrollment. But, so if we close it, and then Adair explodes, and then we're in a situation where we later are like, we should reopen that one, and then we do this whole process again. Can we anticipate if, say, let's use Carson explodes, how many of those families, for example, would roll to the Mountain View So is there a different school, not our lowest enrollment, but a different school where based on the boundaries where those families live, would disperse those kids?
I think that is all work that we do in the months ahead.
Okay.
But can we do it? Yes, based on where they live. I can't predict where Hannah will choose to transfer to. That's that whole transfer policy impact.
That's true.
So if a family lives, let's say in Altusha Carson boundary, and they don't have transportation, it's hard to get out to Mountain View. And so Mountain View is a really tricky location.
Okay.
And also,
Gosh, that's a great question.
I mean, seriously, is it by travel time? Is it by?
It's by geographic location, mostly. They're kind of centered around. But I would say we have several schools that are less than a mile from each other.
Exactly.
And so then one of the considerations is busing. So like how far is this student busing, if they're busing in? Is the student gonna have to bus either way? Cause like, I would say the area across Highway 34 out towards Riverside Drive, that area is gonna be bused no matter what you do. And so that area has been moved historically over the years to different elementary schools. Currently, Garfield and Corvallis. And so Garfield, that's because it's DLI school, a lot of the students go there before and then go to Carson as a sister school. And so, yeah, when we go through boundary review, because I've done that a few times, and I've done it successfully, there's usually a look at where is our target enrollment for each school, where do students live, how would we target that number, and then you start looking at geographic bubbles, like this area is gonna be bust either way, so if you're trying to get more kids, like you could move it around.
They're looking at things too, like within the guidelines of busing, what are the main streets that have to be crossed if you've got kids that need to walk? Then what boundaries they need to avoid crossing the same house, or, you know, and so that's, we do have some strange little programs, that seem to follow, where the high traffic patterns have been also, but yes, that is I mean, that is a good question, is whether a redistricting would in itself solve whether one of them should.
So, I would say, just redistricting doesn't fix seasonal.
But it might make one of these come to the top of the list.
I would say we can think about our lowest enrollment schools being the ones that are targets, because that's not how we look at it. We look at it holistically, and the boundaries can change any of these numbers.
They're all like within walking distance as far as I'm concerned. I mean,
They are.
and so when we're talking about the neighborhood, maybe we need to look at the neighborhoods and support that, because I can see,
I think that I agree with you. For elementary school, walk down travel mile from my school. And so it's a lot. It is kind of far, but that's what our transportation model is. And so if you look at that, that is definitely something that we can consider, really redefining what a neighborhood is. I will say, I'm gonna just, from a historical perspective, the pushback we get on that is I bought my house with a certain you know, my property value is gonna go down because you're gonna assign me to a different elementary school. I don't really care about that person, but that is what you'll hear.
well, you know, it's if people look at crazy neighborhood index and so on, some of them are not accurate. And so in some ways, by redrawing some of the lines, as far as I'm concerned, you know, may change some of those outcomes. So, but I, because
Replace her chair?
Oh, is it broken? Oh, gotcha, okay. When I say, I'm curious, Bernie, when I say we could think about the program, we didn't set it in the doorway and drive fast. I just want to make sure that, we're not gonna say. The building capacity is and you look at this and then you look right here and we're gonna get 65% capacity at our two high schools. By this year we're at 65%. So that is not and so I would predict something goes ahead. I definitely do.
But I also want us to look at this.
Oh, you know, I can look at
my presentation. And our projected enrollment right now is still more than either of those individuals are one of those. So right now, we would talk about high school, because right now we don't have one building that can hold everyone. So this is something that we have, like, and the community has, as a, when you come to board meetings, you're gonna hear lots of things in the community, but then you never hear it here. And you're like, where's that coming from, right? And that is, you know, it's people's fears manifested, it's the rumor mill, it's, some people just wanting to predict what they think we're gonna do. And be the one to say, we knew they were gonna do this. I have no idea what we're gonna do, because right now, we still can't get down to one building. So we're not really gonna talk about that. But we also know that with every meeting, it's harder to write so we're gonna do something, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the default would be closing. We offering to something like easy that pulls some students. That's like, that's the programming piece that Kim was talking about around how do we approach this, is if we just look at the building numbers, we'll make decisions that are change and they won't grow with us. If we make programming decisions, then our programs can grow with that as our students change. We'll have built something that's not tied to a single facility, and so that will give us more, I think, long-term flexibility to do that. But we still have to think about operational costs, and so we can't just ignore the fact that we have buildings that don't have enough people in them. We just don't want to only be not the only reason. The savings to lights is not going to make up for what we do if our kids aren't here. So it's something else.
Okay, also, the flip side of that, you're gonna hear more fire today, is that when we have more fully occupied buildings, it opens up opportunities.
That's exciting.
And so, for students.
This is just the outcome of conversation. We can talk about what it is that makes
So exciting for
space
students.
by building and then district-wide. So you saw that, we referenced that in the slideshow.
Perhaps music becomes something that can be, the program offers for that might be different. If we have to physically get to you.
You know, like, I mean, your colleagues.
So,
and so we have that.
or, you know, these other electives that you want to bring. This is where we want to think about.
We said, acceptance plan,
We don't want to just have everything else.
is an acceptance plan.
We want to leave with the budget that we have for the best student experience. And so we need to decide what are the things we want to do, are wanting to necessarily then how do we make that just so what they're like, right? And so that is why it's not a one conversation. And so we're gonna do this today.
Teacher A, teacher next to it.
So we do have contracts with school. So we're like, we are working with the to update those. And so once those are updated, it's really fast.
I mean, it'll be a lengthy process in conversations. I mean, at least, we should not expect it. Different districts. So we currently do pay. Yeah, so these are, there may be some ways. Right. But yeah, right now, there is no, our community, in order to academically and to a program that can justify. We have to figure out what programs like that. How do we sustain that? Just going down. One of them has to sustain that. I have a school that we offer elementary program. So how do we get it? Because otherwise, yeah, you can have flexibility. That's perfectly fair. So one of the standards that we do have at secondary is that there's only 2 programs on that one. Because most high school students only go find a ride, get a city bus, all those override, all those things. So when we're talking about driver's permits, that's not the list of people spend on. Is that high school? Okay, they have to wait half an hour or an hour. For some kids. No, and then some are co-taught. There's so much integrated into all of this. But I mean, we're getting piles of not that. Yeah. Speak Spanish or English, right? So. Yeah.
Where one school might be like 15 miles.
Yeah.
Or at least 15 to 20 minutes away.
I don't know. I don't know. I in the club report, am I gonna find it?
No.
This is all for the.
Actually, everything is on this down. So
I just
if it works for all of you. You know what I mean?
So I started riding a bike.
How's that? Probably faster.
Faster. It's faster by 2 minutes. You know, so that's why I was thinking, you know, all the bike.
You wanna go over now? Yeah. We're talking about 20 minutes. Okay. Yeah. We're still not here. Yeah.
Yes, we're absolutely.
Oh, really?
I'm just gonna ask you when you got your birthday habits to fix jumper on this color.
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's more than half, though, right? Like, I don't think it's a good fit.
I like today's my first day where I didn't like a whole. No, I just want to do the sweater.
Oh, I took a picture.
Did you guys use your brush?
We did either our
I
man
took a
chat.
picture. I took a secret picture. Yeah, that's really cute.
No, this is about it.
It's a divider system, and
It is pretty matchy. Hey, but we have matchy t-shirts.
but you're right. Like men's stuff is limited enough. It's not that strange to end up accidentally matching.
Yeah, blue or gray,
Yeah.
sometimes black, like a white.
As long as Ryan doesn't wear beige pants.
We were heading to the so we went to make it.
It was so good too.
Brian would know.
Oh, I thought you were. You're waiting. Things that are different is the
So they don't have to focus on making sure students are safe, if something happens, they do what they need to do. And all over the community, we have people who work in buildings and everything. So staff who aren't responsible for others, different than teacher with students. Well, I do want to say that just to bring out a light, it's a reason for it. It's greater if it doesn't work over time. But there's not most those from high school. I know our school board well enough that there's a pretty at least creative process to make sure we're not hiring students and that we're gonna be on booze. So I just wanna make sure everybody knows, I asked the last year, but you know, when I say programming, I'm referring to all kinds of things, great little configurations, all kinds of things. So boundaries are correct. And so think about, this is just where no clear, like, oh, we'll just figure it out, because it's in bad shape.
That one.
I don't know.
walls in CPE building and ed building. And
So when we say
the building is
we're
still these
basically
like
saying CHS,
mobile partition walls
college
that are awful.
smaller.
Just use bookcases to partition your house. Every building.
Teaching, and then all of a sudden I'm staring at the other teacher. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
We're done here at 10:30. We're done with this.
Yeah, are we done? I can break our
Yes.
we are. Are we all, is everybody,
Yes.
they're still talking?
No, I don't think they're done yet. So, yeah, let's shoot for 10:30.
We'll just stay up.
Okay.
Remember all of them? I'm done looking at them. I'm gonna go back.
That's not Dr.
Yeah, governed. No, we look at the building on the program. Program's only in the main floor, two-story classroom space and the mount station.
If you have any questions about
I think it's mostly just about how we report it to the LED, so that we're not calculated out. We could break it out, we know which schools they come from, but it's going to take it as most of them don't get that. Oh, it's capacity, so.
I know it's limited to half time, but
We can definitely do that number.
That would make sense. Because it is changing.
Okay, 125 kids.
It's not specifically gonna move that much.
but it's when we saw
It's probably less, because they have like 10, 15 kids in a classroom. So their capacity is higher, but I don't think it's much in it. Because it is not a full elementary school, and it doesn't have a cafeteria. This is the thing about doing that for College Hill, is that the cafeteria for that building is downstairs in the recycling. So their cafeteria is like super small. It's beautiful.
And that's
right
like
off
between
the
rent.
But,
Chris is my
that would be
designated
like
extra.
one of the things. that is a factor, but I do, but.
You just said that.
I'm sorry. The problem that we would have at CHS is we don't have enough time. There's so many
How you finding
things
your
we have to do.
new role?
This is population
Different,
based on
yeah,
staff.
very different.
Yes.
But I
Right,
so far.
and so when we go to actually look at what their unit fit, there'll be
So now it's just like writing
some
that wave
more
of like,
nuance to it. But in order to get to this space, so I mean, for me, if I would. Was it the person that you would ask? Okay. Thanks. So, you might have.
I've already started explaining around the list of a community members concern. I'm gonna get my
And then
fire.
it would be whatever.
Wanting kids on probation to go to their community service in their school. Because there's almost no community service opportunities available for
There's
children
lots of
under 16
ideas. I could give you
It's
kind of the
like
scenarios that I run
they want them
through.
on work for
But there's things
which
that
is a
will
lot
be nuanced to how
higher
you.
level.
And I have their own school that like make them stand out and
So they do it after hours
the
and
bus
events.
over from CP to Corvallis. I do.
And there are some programs. This one is very helpful to the young players. So for some garden stuff, you could have had a bunch of kids on probation getting their hours done. The kids who are ordered to do community service, they usually like a pair of shoes from the store. Like we're not talking, these are not master criminals. They don't need to, so work through often combines them with much higher levels of offenses, and you don't want to cross, you want to minimize crossing risk level as much as possible. Yeah. such a cool. Let's clean it in place and it shoots up just one big.
I wasn't trying to be critical.
Had a nice young person.
Yeah.
Community service. Thank you. I got it because you can. I'm a half person because I'm tired of putting sunscreen on over the top of my head.
I understand that.
So involved with it. You get a head shaver.
Did you get? I got a handful of this summer. It's like I guess you. Yeah. Now I have my handful. It fits my palm really well, and I was like,
My wife got me with my birthday. It's called the head shaver, and you just done.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
And it's waterproof.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can do it. Shit.
Just a little. Some. Where was it?
I start teaching my class in a few weeks. Children. My primary question for students at the start of the class is, are children people? In these areas of law. And at the end, I'm making them write a policy paper about one thing they could change, picking one of the systems to empower children in that system.
How? That's awesome. And then what?
It's break time.
Well, I'm trying to, my goal is for students who are interacting with children as in their jobs as lawyers to understand what the legal framework is for jobs like, I guess, participation in that system, how to work with children in whatever system that they work in, and just be able to move forward instead of going in. So like doing family law, dependency, juvenile delinquency, and children as victims of crime. This is the 4 sections.
Wow. That was very interesting.
Okay, thanks everyone for your time on the gallery walk. We're gonna go ahead and do our 15-minute break now. Okay, we're back. Thanks for the break, everyone, and I hope everyone had a adequate time to go around and for the gallery walk. I know I learned a lot, so I'm gonna hand it over to Ryan for the discussion part.
Yeah, so we wanted to go ahead and have a chance, now that you've had the opportunity to think about those questions and to look at the data presented on the walls, to go back into those 3 questions and have some discussion as a whole group. You can start anywhere you'd like, but we just wanted to be able to make sure that we had A, time to think about, and B, time to explore the information, and then bring you back together to be able to talk through it.
Does anybody want to go first, or? Good, Sammy.
First of all, thank you for really the good effort presenting the information in a way easy to understand. My first thought is I really see strong alignment between what we see here in terms of data and analysis, and also the recommendations of the long-range facilities planning. So I want to highlight really how you can see the connection between each recommendation and the data across different tables and posters that we have revised today.
I think before we talk about like some of the noticings of the data, I think it's important to say that no matter what we do with the schools, if this town is not welcoming for families or infrastructurally built for families, I feel like we're gonna continue to have a hard time with enrollment. And by that I mean like places to buy kids shoes and underwear and socks and clothes, and all the things that are needed for families are not in this town. And I think that's something that the city really needs to be in better partnership with the school district and understanding those needs, and how families, like people with children, are not represented in some of the business decisions made in this town. And I feel very strongly about that as somebody who has been looking at this data over time, and also as a parent and of children that live in Corvallis. And so I appreciate all this hard work, and I think that we do have some conversations that lie ahead, and I just really wanted to start with that part and acknowledging there's work to do beyond what's on these pages. And I have great appreciation for the compiling of all the data. And one of the things I was noticing on the forecast and the capacity pieces is some of the overlaps of where we see that bubble that we had talked about when I first started on the board in 2020, and when that was going to hit the middle schools and then be over capacity. You can see it on the capacity summary. You can see where they're a little bit over capacity at Linus Pauling in particular, and then also seen on the forecast those numbers have shifted. And so I appreciate seeing the stabilization of elementary age students projected over time, because I think the conversation has been like the continual decline is district wide, but at the elementary school it's showing some stabilization, at least like a little dips up and down, but it's not as extreme as some of the other areas. And I think that's really helpful when we think about the middle and high school levels too, and the elementaries of course. But that was a long comment, and thanks for the space to say the precursor to the comment related to today.
I did want to, Chris and I had a conversation, like looking at the data, how especially the numbers of like multifamily housing that goes into getting one student into the district versus single family versus income restrictive, making sure that the housing that we're really strongly supporting isn't designed for college students who are just here just to go to school, and unless they have families, and how where we've seen even the income restricted multifamily housing go up, that the elementary schools that are associated with that housing have pretty stable numbers coming in from this year and last year and projected growth, so that to say that does make a big difference to our schools in the limited areas where we've seen that happen, that we have seen the growth, and that it's not, just to kind of talk about the elephant in the room, it's not easy to say we're thinking about combining schools and closing schools, but the numbers don't lie. We're significantly underutilizing space, and with the budget concerns, just a conversation that just has to be had.
So it would be hard if you're not in the room to really appreciate the detail that, like, I don't know, I guess maybe these were on, were they all on the slides? Okay, so yeah. So if you're not in the room, it's hard to appreciate the level of detail that that has been presented on these lovely wall posters that you all cannot see very clearly. But it is, what I'm appreciating is that we're talking about a question of enrollment, but we're looking at this from a lot of different pieces. We're looking at school level enrollment. We're looking at boundaries. We're looking at where is change happening in our community versus where our schools are located. There are a lot of moving parts that have been broken out and represented in great level of detail. I really appreciate that. I guess to kind of a reflection that I landed on that kind of builds off of Lou's comment about our community struggling to be a welcoming space for for families, is that this is also a challenging community for people to a housing market for people to leave and free up those houses that are in our schools, right? So I've got an incoming freshman. So in not that many years, 4, which is crazy to me, but in 4 years, I will not have a school-age child anymore. But I live across the street from an elementary school, and I'm going to become one of those families that's occupying a space, a house, in a neighborhood that is conveniently positioned to support a child participating in school. I can't afford to move out of my house. There is nowhere for me to go to free up that space, a starter home, for someone else to move into, because I also can't afford to go anywhere else. And so we have a lot of challenges on the housing level. Not just that we don't have enough affordable housing, we don't. Not just that we don't have enough housing for families, we also don't have places for people that would happily give up their single family residences to go where they can afford to land. And so I'm kind of stuck in my house for the time being. I don't necessarily love that. I don't think I'm alone. I talk to my neighbors, and similarly, they say, gosh, where could we go? We kind of have to stay in this space now because we can't afford to leave it. So we have a lot of dynamics, and I'm highlighting that it's to say that there's no generation in our community that is going to be untouched by the housing burden that is in Corvallis. It's every generation. And so as we go forward with this conversation, I'm aware that it'd be easy for us to pit generations against each other. Well, we've got all these people that are holding up all of the property, or we've got people that can't afford to leave. We've got all these people that won't move in, or they can't afford and there's nowhere for them to go. And so I see this problem, this challenge, is something that's going to affect many generations living in our community, and it's going to require participation from those generations to think about, what are we going to do? How are we going to solve this so that our community is welcoming for the people that are here and create space for new people to come in? And so I don't know, I just, looking at the maps, it's like, it's hard. There's no place in my neighborhood to build houses. Like, this is it, right? Unless we knock down things, we can't get any more dense in in my little pocket of Corvallis. And so the only way kids are going to move into my district is if those of us that no longer have kids can find a way to leave it. And that's just not feasible right now. So I want us to think about this multi-generationally in terms of how are we going to make this a thriving community for people to come. And then we want to build a community people want to stay in, but then their staying can't also create a barrier for more people to come. And I think we heard some really interesting stuff in our presentation from the housing planning. Was that last spring? I think they came and talked to us about the history of the boundaries, the zoning rules in Corvallis. And I know they've been making a lot of progress, but I think this is what I'll end my comment with this. This is a problem that's been 60 years in the making, and it's not going to get undone with a single action by city council. It's not going to get undone with one housing complex. It's not going to get undone with a dozen of us saying we'll move so other people can live in our neighborhood school districts, because it took us 60 years to get here. And so it's going to take a long time and a lot of voices to get to a place where we have a different reality. And this is one piece in that conversation, but this didn't happen overnight. And I just want to make sure that the folks who are looking to us for a solution or looking to the school district leadership for a solution understand that we can't undo in a single realignment what has been more than 5 decades of policy that has not promoted a place where people can come and live here and we can grow. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Really quick, I just wanted to point out, like, even when people are like downsizing in their living situations and places go up for rent usually, the rental rates right now are around $1,000 a bedroom in town, if not more in some areas. And a lot of that is the overuse of student dollars basically, and capitalizing on that. And I think that's really unfortunate for families, because a single income family that has multiple children that could be in that house can't afford it to rent it. And so that's just the reality. And as a renter, I watch those prices all the time. And so I think that even for people that do choose to vacate and downsize, it's still an issue. And I agree, it does take time, but in some cases, that was a quick decision on how fast to raise rents in town. And so that didn't take generations, that took 1 year. I've seen it happen personally. So I just wanted to say that real quick. Go ahead, Bernie.
Yeah, as a relatively new resident of Corvallis, it really struck me when I took a look at how the neighborhoods and so on, the neighborhood hubs constructed. And I think with every challenge comes opportunity. And I think the truth on what we consider a neighborhood, a hub, commuting distances and so on, really has changed significantly. It has changed in the 5 years I've been here. And I think the last time we looked at neighborhoods and boundaries and so on was 1994. Was that something? 2019? Okay, so it's still a few years out, and I think we have an opportunity now to really identify who we are, what we as a community has become, what we considered commutable distances, what we considered, with new bike lanes and other transportation means, just being developed, that we can really have a time to look at holistically the numbers, programs, and everything else. This is really, to me, it's a challenge, but it is a great opportunity to realign a lot of our thoughts, a lot of our paradigms.
First, I just really wanted to make sure that we state today the thoroughness that your committee, your work, and all the work that was put into this. And also, when I was looking at who was part of the LRFP committee, it just seemed very inclusive, and that that represented a lot of different groups in our community. And so I appreciate all the data that's been presented to us, and I feel like it's been done in a very thorough way, and we've gotten lots of information. I was a little surprised, and I really think that it needs to be reiterated on the summary, on the capacity summary over there, about the middle school numbers with the UFI, and because when we looked at it, it looked like the middle school numbers were really, like, capacity was quite full, and there was nothing really, a lot of options around that. But then when you explained it a little bit more, I mean, that was a lot of information that was really helpful. And so I think that that information needs to be reiterated to the public about that. And then, well, that's it for now that I want to state, but I just appreciate how thorough everything was presented to us today. Lots of good information, well thought out.
So since we weren't all able to hear that conversation about the middle school component,
That's
do
what I
you
was hoping.
want to explain what you were discussing, or?
The bubble, that whole thing.
So when we were looking at the building capacity summary, the 24-25 numbers, our enrollment bubble were eighth graders last year. So they're included in that number, and so we see that number drop in future years and the capacity goes down. I also pointed out that middle school utilization factor is 85%, which is, utilization at the middle school is 75%, which is lower than the utilization rate used at the high schools. And so that leaves more free space in the middle schools than at the high schools as we think about supporting students at different points in their academic advancement. Was that what you're talking about? Okay.
And Kim, can you explain too, because we had a short conversation, I was going to ask this after Chris anyways, since you're unmuted now already, about why the numbers are higher at the high school. Like, I noticed that the trend was like they shrunk in the middle school, but then they expanded in the high school. Can you explain that a little bit too?
Yeah, so at the middle school we have 3 grades, at the high schools we have 4 grades. And we also, I'm trying to think what I told you about that. I'm sorry, that?
Private schools going into the high schools, because they only go up to 8th grade, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I appreciated you pointing that out.
Yes.
That is something that we have seen in our projections moving year over year, is that we do see a increase from 8th grade to 9th grade as students roll up. And then again, this is as we've talked about and have alluded to, that larger group of students, we now have all of that larger group of students is our incoming 9th grade class. And so when we get to enrollment numbers, we typically see those numbers after about 10 days of school is when we get our first real firm numbers, because by then students have enrolled elsewhere or we've had records request. And so that's about the time when or students haven't shown up, so we take them off our books. So that's really when we start to see our actuals for this upcoming school year. And so when we share that information with you, you'll again see how that 8th grade class is smaller than it had been the year previous.
Another reminder that I want to make is that College Hill students are enrolled at their home high school. So you're seeing those numbers with College Hill students included. And so it was asked of me to get capacity for College Hill in the occupiable space for students, and I can provide that as an update to the board.
Thanks, Kim. Go ahead, Shauna. No, you haven't gone yet, so.
All right. Well, thank you so much for presenting all of this information, for having such thoughtful community conversations, for organizing it in such an easy to understand way for all of us to go through as well. That's been so helpful to see. And something that really stood out to me was having the board and district goals on the back wall, was that these are relatively new goals, and the last set of goals had a 5th goal around facilities planning. And so I was sort of hit with this little bit of irony in terms of, ooh, this was one goal that we actually removed in this round of goals, was that long-range facilities planning, because there wasn't a bond at the time. And here we are now actually very deeply engaged in the importance of long-range facilities planning in order to hold up and uphold those remaining goals. And we haven't really brought, this is all couched within a budget conversation, and a much larger budget conversation that's been coming out, especially over the last year and years leading up to this, of looking at how does the district best meet budget shortfalls in education. And I know over the past 2 years, it's been really hard on the schools and students and the community and all of us too, in recognizing that the kinds of cuts that were being made to keep up with where educational funding gaps were has come from reducing the numbers of classrooms, from reducing music and arts programs, from reducing library, from consolidating in other ways that really impact or have the potential to impact student experience, even while the district has really tried to preserve that as well as possible. And it seems that we're really getting to a point, and I know, Lauren, with your really thoughtful budget presentations last year, it was pretty clear that we were getting to a point where we can't continue to do that and preserve a really meaningful or enhance student experience, especially in the way that the community continues to ask for. So that really stood out to me in terms of the numbers and just seeing where things are and recognizing and realizing that we really are at a point where we, as Judah said, have to have these conversations and have to look at what's feasible. I think the wonderings that I'm coming away with, and I know that this isn't a meeting for those numbers today, is really understanding what are different models the consolidation could look like. To what degree would that help with meeting the budget where it is? And at the same time, what are then the opportunities with consolidation, with looking at savings to be able to just balance a budget? What opportunities does that come with to really look back at those goals and think about what does a really excellent learning experience look like? And if consolidation is happening, does that actually open up opportunities to leverage students being together in different ways, educators being together in different ways, enhancing programs that have had to trim now for years, hoping to, knowing that that may not always be the case, of continuing not to trim, but looking at what are the opportunities that open up. So those are some of the things that are coming up for me.
I noticed that too, Shauna, on the goal. I was thinking about that. I was like, the irony of that. And I was like, would it make sense to add a 1-year goal, or would it make more sense to have the decisions around this conversation informed by the goals that we have in place, and it just be embedded in the work as part of it instead of the separate thing? And so that's so I appreciate you pointing that out, though, because I was wondering about that too. And Sammy, I seen you had your hand up.
Yes, if nobody else. So thank you. Actually, I want to use this as a good segue that we were laser focused as most of our board meetings on the long-range facility plan and facilities goal because of the bond work, and now it is integrated in everything we do. And it was not on my bingo card to quote Shakespeare in a board meeting, but on the facade of one of the city buildings somewhere in the country, there was a quote by Shakespeare, which is, what is the city but the people? And I think that's really good grounding, a question for us as we navigate the decisions we want to make, which is our work for the people, specifically the kids, current and future. And in the context that we're operating in as staff, school board members, with our dual role, number one, stewards of the institution and its facilities and its current kids, and also the advocates for the welfare of the community and future citizens and community members, including the kids of the future. And I believe that will include our role in advocacy, our role in building partnerships, our role in really pushing hard on a change in our trajectory, because the graphs that I'm seeing and that's my colleagues highlighted, we've seen really strong trends. And I believe, in my view, this is another pivotal point From 1968, we saw a huge decline. I don't know what happened there. My dad was about a couple years old. 1994, I was in first grade. And at both points, there was a start of a very sharp drop. The sharp drop that we're witnessing right now started somewhere around just before the dot-com bubble burst around the 2000s, and continues to drop, and now it's dropping sharply. And we have this pivotal point where we need to really balance between our dual roles, make very critical decisions with what we have control over for the next, not year, but probably what will impact the next 60 years. How we approach our decisions are going to be very critical. How we balance between answering the second question, which is what are our thoughts between balancing facility use and enrollment trends, and not losing our focus on the larger picture that we have some influence over, probably not much of control, which is, are we going to be welcoming to immigrants who might bring in children to the community, just like how Dearborn, Michigan and Gresham, Oregon have done? Can we be more welcoming for kids and their families in how our community operates? Can we be welcoming in our zoning in a way that's responsive to what we're learning in the school districts? And I want us to advocate for the findings of staff to be shared with our partners. So that's one context we need to share with community members as part of our responsibility, and make those difficult decisions that we have control over. So just wanted to really put some context of how I want to operate as we move forward and prepare for what's next.
Yeah, go ahead, Shauna.
Just a quick question. I think, Kim, this probably comes back to you. So right now, I know we're focused on student enrollment and really those impacts related to facilities. Is there information also on other facilities owned by the district that's being used as part of this conversation? Just thinking about, well, the building that we're in, for instance, or I know Osborne has been talked about for various reasons. We don't need to bring that into today, but just thinking about, but as we're thinking about both student impact, family impact, financial impact, I'm just wondering if that at some point should be part of the conversation too, in terms of the broad scope of facilities across the district versus if we're really limiting our scope to just school buildings where students are present.
We only did facility condition assessment on buildings that were occupied by our students. We have, just to make sure everyone knows, that we do own, really, there's 3 buildings that aren't student occupied, the district office being one of them. And so I've already heard about that from our facilities committee. They thought that we've got to be careful not to forget this building. The Innovale is owned by us, occupied by Muddy Creek Charter School. We did offer them the facility condition assessment, but they did not take us up on it. And then the third building is Dixie School, which is out on Peoria Road. And we have a long-term lease with Lynn Benton Lincoln ESD, and they provide early childhood services out of that building. And they did not choose to do a facility condition assessment either.
Thank you.
Is Fairplay not owned by us anymore?
Fairplay is not owned by the district. Waldorf purchased that more than 10 years ago. Probably 15 years ago.
That predates me.
Mm-hmm. It does not predate me, but yes, it was sold. Both of those leases, I should point out, they are responsible for all of the maintenance except the utilities up to the building. And at Dixie, we maintain the public drinking water program.
We have about another minute and 20 seconds left for discussion. If anybody has any last minute questions or comments about the gallery walk. I just want to say thank you again. I really appreciate all the work that everybody put into this. I did have a question about, can we put this on the webpage? The pictures of, like, are they all up there?
I believe that they are all up there from when we did our community gallery walk. We put all of these posters up on the district website.
Okay, so the public has a way to look at them if they're
Yes.
listening to this pretty easily. Thank you so much. Okay, Ryan.
This, in some ways, concludes the work of the Long Range Facilities Planning Committee by presenting the information to you, both in the charts and graphs, as well as their recommendations and conclusions. So we're going to transition now from that component of the day to thinking about where do we go from here. And so what are fortunate to have is Kim, who was employee in CSD the last time we went through the consolidation process. And so we've asked her to provide her insights from that process as we think about it in terms of lessons learned and ideas for us moving forward. So I'm going to keep Kim in the hot seat, more or less, but she's going to continue to lead for the next 15 minutes or so, just to, again, share her experiences with all of us.
Before you start, Kim, can you pass along deep appreciation to the committee for their work?
I will do that. I was making notes on the comments that you made, and I will follow up with them.
Thank you.
About that, yes. Yes, please. So this is the slide that I want us to focus on as you hear my story. So I began working in the district in 1998, and so I've been through this before. We've closed schools. And so closing schools is probably one of those memories in my career that was the hardest time. I was not leading the conversation. I was the record keeper. So imagine me in the back of the room taking all of the notes, and the process was about the building conditions, and they were making decisions on how to close schools. And I watched community members, so we had parents, we had teachers, we had people from the community all in this room, and they were fighting each other. They were defending their programs at their schools. Their school was the most important. They could not see the bigger picture. And it was personal, and it was raw, and it was hard. And so we met every week for, it seemed like a whole year. It wasn't a whole year, but it was every week coming together and people just hating each other over this. And it was divisive. There were hurt feelings. Those feelings lingered for a very long time, and they still show up today from time to time. Mm-hmm. And so at that time, we closed 3 buildings. We closed Fairplay. Why am I drawing a blank? We closed, yes, it is. Fairplay, Harding, and Highland View. And it was really difficult. But I also want you to remember, know about remembering I have, is that students, they bounced back quickly. It was the students, we made the decisions, and then students started looking forward. They were ready to learn about their new school. They were ready to become part of something bigger. They were ready to bring their identity from their old school into the new school, and those programs that transferred, they grew, and they became something better. Adults mourned, and kids were excited. And we're facing a similar situation right here. And when I reflect back about my career, I think about that 2002 closing schools, 2002 we had a bond, and what we learned from that, and how our board were leaders in that. We did the bond differently. You said to me, I mean, I felt it directly to me, and I took it really personally, is that we aren't doing this about buildings, we're doing this about education, because that's what we are. We're here to educate, we're not about our buildings. We're not about the feelings about a building, we're about how we are educating students. And so our community already knows we're in declining enrollment. They know something's coming. This isn't a secret. We've heard it. We've heard them spinning out and what that means. And I want you to know that I see this really as an opportunity for this school board to lead differently than we did in 2002. We led differently with the facilities bond, and you get an opportunity to really shape what this is going to look like, how this is going to move forward. And we're stewards of the public education, but we're stewards of people these students, these staff. We need to hold them. We need to care for them through this process. And we can do that with intent. And we can do that with strong leadership, where we focus on what can happen, not what we're doing to people. Because there are real opportunities here to do something better for kids and to do something better for our buildings. I heard reference that we don't have a goal around facilities. I'm the director of operations. I don't see this as a facilities goal. I see this as a goal as to what we can do for kids and how we're going to keep that moving. And really, over the years, I mean, I've been in this district since '98. I don't want to work in any other district because I'm proud to work for Corvallis School District because we do things differently. I know it, I've experienced it, and I know that we can really set this up for opportunity and for you to be guiding that work for us. So I just wanted you to know, I feel like that is who you are as a board. I have felt it, I have worked it, and I know that this can be something that we can get through with holding people, understanding, caring. We can do this in a way that can be a positive outcome for everyone. We're gonna have feelings. Adults are gonna have a hard time with it, and we can do good work through this. Any questions?
Yeah, Kim, since you were there last time, what was the strategic communication plan like to the community, and if we had any lessons learned from that and what we need to do better this time around?
So again, I wasn't leading it. So the strategic communication, I'm not sure I'm really qualified or equipped right now to talk about that. But I would tell you that from my learnings talking to other school districts, that the strategic communication really needs to be about frequent communication, transparency, and finding out how people want to receive information and give information. So that's something as an exec team we've been talking about, is we need to be looking at our community, our staff, our parents, how do they want to be updated and how do they want to give feedback? And so things that we're thinking about, and definitely taking lessons learned from not just consolidation and closure. We've done lots of work with gathering feedback and communicating over the last couple decades. And so we can look back at lessons learned on boundary planning. We can look at lessons learned from our bond program. I would tell you that our bond program focused on feedback and that we have a better program or a better outcome for it. So sorry that I didn't have direct about that process, but.
No, it's just, I guess, sort of a follow-up question to that. What was the communication drumbeat like to the community, given a lot of technology has changed since then, right?
That was a lot harder. We were publishing minutes from the meeting, and they were brutal minutes, I have to tell you. More verbatim minutes than I've ever seen at any other. I don't want to do that. I won't be the record keeper, thank goodness. But we did those weekly, and we sent them out to staff and to parents. We have so many more communication routes these days that it's going to be a lot easier now to do that.
So I started working in the district in '96 and was at the receiving school at Adams, where Harding kids moved to, most of them moved to Adams. I would say my biggest memory is of very upset parents losing the hub of their neighborhood, right? I mean, we all know that our schools are the hub. And so I think that was the biggest loss, was that hub and that community, that sense. You are very right with the fact about the kids. You know, it was a little shocking at first, but there was a lot of work put into how the schools were, like how Adams School was going to receive staff and kids. There are a few things that I would do a little different now after learning from that experience, but the school, Adams School kids were very welcoming, and there was very intentional activities that we did to make sure that the kids that moved over from Harding were welcomed, and they did a great job, both sides. So you're very right about that. But I think that community loss was probably one of the biggest things I remember parents upset about. So I think that's what we have to consider and the communication piece, which, you know, that was before social media was a big thing. So I think that will help itself.
I wanted to say thank you for sharing your experience, and you too, Chris, since you were both like in that. And I wrote down your quote that adults mourned and kids celebrated, because I think that needs to be remembered about how we frame conversations and in the excitement that can come with changes. And changes are generally hard for a lot of people. And so I just really wanted to appreciate you sharing your story and helping ground the decisions we're making in a very authentic way, and too. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
So Kim, one of the things that you mentioned was the bond this time and then the last time, and that those two things were different. But I don't know if you kind of described what was different about those two things, because it sounded like in what you shared that some of those things that happened in this last bond process are things that we should be thinking about in terms of communication and community engagement.
Yeah. So when I reflect back to the 2002 bond versus 2018, the difference that I see is values-based decision making. And so when we went into 2018 bond planning and actually passed the bond, the very first thing we did was do design guidance principles that involved our community on what they wanted out of our bond program. How should we make decisions? What's our criteria? And so through our bond program, in doing feedback with our team, really, the difference in Corvallis is that lots of school districts do value statements. We used it. Every time we were making hard decisions, those design guidance principles came out. How does it apply? What would the impact be? And we made those decisions based on values. And that's not the easy way to do work, especially facilities work. It's not the fastest, and it might not be the cheapest, but it definitely guided the work. And those design guidance principles wouldn't have happened if before the bond we hadn't done the innovation team. And that directly came from the school board that said, think about educational delivery. And so the innovation team studied that, they gave feedback, and that guided the bond program. The bond that we actually passed was the innovation team guidance. And so I intentionally put our equity lens questions on the back wall, because I think that this board has leaned into that as well. Your board goals came from community feedback. Your community has told you what they want, and those board goals can be guiding lights or guiding principles into the decisions that we make. And so I believe that that is the difference that I want to reflect on, or ask you to reflect on, is that as our community expects engagement, we've done engagement. We've started that. We're in that process, right? We're working that. And so I think that we need to really keep that at the forefront, and that's what was different, is values-based decision making. And I think this is a really good opportunity to use that model.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other last ones? We have 2 minutes left. Go ahead.
I really appreciate the conversation, Kim, and from your experience as well as from others, Chris, yours too, and that mention of those questions, because I know folks right now can't see what those questions say, but just to read out a couple of them: who does this decision affect positively? Who does this decision affect negatively? And no decisions, as we come to more concrete movement toward whatever the next phase is, no decision is going to be entirely positive or negative for anyone. And so really understanding what is the impact on community, what are the worries and concerns of community. Chris, the example you shared about losing a community hub, for instance, making sure to bring families in, both for our own understanding of what are the real impacts they expect or are worried about, and staff as well. Consolidation will come with staffing changes and potentially staffing layoffs that hurt and are hard and impact people and really valued community members. So I think the more we can understand what those deep impacts are, while we're also looking at the positive and the opportunities, the better able we are as a district to be able to acknowledge them and to be able to meet them in any ways that we can. So.
If I could add one thing, is that by making those values-based decisions throughout the bond program, it kept us all aligned. There was never a time when we did something that the board was like, why would you do that? We were all on the same page. That alignment is critical, and when we do values-based decisions, it keeps us in that alignment.
I was just going to read the rest of the equity lens questions. That way, since you read a couple of them, that way people know what they are. I'll just read them in order. It says, how does this decision align with the district's mission and vision? Who does this decision affect positively? Who does this decision affect negatively? How might this decision ignore or worsen existing disparities? What are the unintended consequences of this decision? How will those being affected by the decision be included in the process? What other possibilities were explored? And how will this decision/outcome be sustainable? I think it's really important that people hear what that is, because I think sometimes people have a preconceived idea of what the word equity means, and if we say equity lens, and so I wanted it to be really clear what those questions are for everybody. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Kim, again for sharing. And at this time, we are going to take our lunch break. So we will be on our lunch break. Thank you. We are reconvening at in 45 minutes. Does it work?
Wow, that's nice.
Okay, and we are back. Did you want to introduce what's happening? Or?
So as we come back together, we're going to turn it over to Byron. Byron has been, one of the things that Kim alluded to earlier was about when we went through the bond program last time, there was an innovation team that talked about educational delivery. And so as we think about where we are right now and where we're headed, it felt important to make sure that that was a key consideration in our work moving forward. So Byron's going to take a little bit of time to talk about where we are and the vision for where we're headed with regards to educational innovation.
All right, hear me okay? Perfect. So our things are going to be kind of interactive throughout as we talk about things. And before we get going on some things, I shifted a little bit of because learning that. Okay. Okay. Oh, I hate, like, do you ever get used to that? No? Okay. I can't. Okay. Kim started talking about that was acknowledged as well that I just wanted to bring into the space because it's important to me as a human that we acknowledge these pieces. Is we looked at a lot of data and talked about things, and I heard them talked about, but not wholly formally yet. There's also a lot of emotions behind the data, and I don't think that's possible. And the emotions can be positive with or you not have the best of emotions on some things around grief or that feeling of loss from things. And so so what I'm going to talk about will also in like emotion, and it could be lots of different ways, and that's kind of the way in our department we think things a lot about is we think about emotion behind those things and how that impacts us as humans, as individuals. So I wanted to say that, and then pivoted to be a little more engaging to start.
I think your mic needs to get swapped out because you're going in and out. Yeah. Here is Lawrence, probably. There you go.
How about now?
Yes.
Better?
Yeah,
okay. So you have some tools with you that we're going to use. So you'll need your dry erase marker and your dry board. And you have that tissue there, not for tears, but to use as an eraser if that's a helpful thing for you. So a pop quiz here. And then once you have an answer, you can hold it up and show if you have your answer here. This is about public education. Okay? It's okay. Yeah. Okay. How many K-12 students are in public education in the United States? How many K-12 United States?
Didn't see that before I wrote it down.
Okay. Okay. So the best estimates we have are from 22-23, so a couple years ago. This comes from the Center for Educational Statistics, and about 49.6 million. This is just, yeah. Oh, that could be. Yeah, so about 50 million K-12 students attend in public education, and that estimate across the United States. Okay, next question. How many students are in K-12 public education in Oregon?
Question to the decimal?
Sure. All right, do you got an idea?
Nah, we're declining.
We're closer on this one. Yeah, so this is from 2022 as well, and it was 581,849.
I'm sorry, my statistics are updated as of last year.
Okay.
545,000.
So go with Sammy's. So that is Oregon. Okay, so now your next question. Are you ready? How many students are in K-12 public education in Benton County?
I'm gonna write down something I'm gonna see what's saying. I'm gonna try to see if I'm way off. Did you write down 13,000?
Did you ask Siri? That's too specific. Yeah.
So I'm curious about this number, and so it feels big to me, and there might be something wrong with this data, but I pulled it from LBL, but it said just for Benton County from LBL, and it says 37,000 students.
They must be including.
Yeah,
North Albany too.
and charter, it includes charter schools. Yep.
Yeah, no, because it's less than 20% of the total population of Benton County, which is around 80,000. Yeah. That's not important enough to you.
So that's the end of the pop quiz here on the public ed numbers. There's no more. I was going to ask about Corvallis, but I feel like you should know that, possibly. Do you want to do it? No. Okay, it's on the answer is on the wall. Yeah. Yeah.
Answer as of today.
Yeah. No, Lauren probably does. So part of that is just framing around public education. That is a lot of kids. That's a lot of students. And for me as a leader, which I'll talk about who I am a little bit and also talk about my public education beliefs. And that is our shared humanity is what I believe in. And that's a lot of students, both in our country, state, and in our county, give or take 20,000 or so, that are really, I think, all interconnected in lots of ways in their experience in public education. So a little bit about me and the lens that I bring. We're going to talk today about shaping the future of learning. And Kim really set us up talking about thinking ahead into this like innovative way to think about our learning in schools and how that intersects with consolidation and what opportunities that brings. So for me, when I think about public education, I bring some different lenses to me that I have with me all the time. So my name is Byron. I am a single dad. I have a 6-year-old. He just turned 7 last week. So a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old who both live in Corvallis. That is actually my son in that picture that Kelly put in there on playing with Legos in his classroom. So my daughter will be a kindergartner and Hudson, my son, will be a 2nd grader. So I bring that lens with me. I'm a member of the PTA. I'm a member of our community. I'm gay. I've been part of our community for a long time. I've been a teacher, and I kind of always am like a teacher at heart, as you might notice in some of the things that we'll do. So those are just some of the few intersections and lenses I bring when I think about my experience in public education. I also grew up in Lynn County and went to a nearby school district and graduated from there. So I have that experience and lens that I use too. My foundation in thinking about public ed and has been rooted all the way back through my family and like the generations of my family when I think about that and their experiences. And this summer, as I've started in this new role, I've been asking folks what they believe like about public education, and also to if they had like an artifact with them. I think behind me are some really awesome people, and we actually started our work together this year where they all brought something from their past, a picture, an artifact, a memory, something that resonated with them about why they believe and what they believe about public education. And people's experiences and the thing they brought is fascinating. And there's so much we can learn from each other from that. And there's so much from the history of that we can learn from and honor, and so much that we can learn from and look at differently now. I'm gonna pass this around because it's always fascinating to me. This is my artifact. I've had it with me ever since I've been a teacher. Chris knows this because she's seen it when we worked together at a school. This is my grandpa's report card from 1935. This is the last grade he attended in 8th grade. And this is what he was graded on. And it just reminds me of some of the stuff we still do in the same way, and some of the stuff we don't. And it's just interesting me for me to think about that. I'm gonna pass it around if you want to take a look. It's kind of a cool thing. So next slide. Maybe. All right. So that's a little bit about public education and parts of what it means to me. Not wholly, because there's a lot more to share there. And so what I'm hoping we can do in a discussion and conversation just a little bit here to frame our work or in our conversation today. You have a note card, and to just take a few minutes to jot down if the note card works for you, or a dry erase might work better for you, or a laptop, whatever is the best way for you to record your thinking. What does public education mean to you? And then in a couple minutes, we'll kind of come back together and share out some of those things. That's been a couple minutes. Do folks need a little more time? You okay? So then we're going to turn just to the person next to you. And so I think there's like Chris and Judah, Sammy and Shauna, if you go that way, and have a couple minutes to share together. And then we're going to, after that, in your partners, share out some takeaways you heard from your partner or yourself talk about. So if you can come to a good stopping spot with your conversation there, and then would any groups like to share out some key points or highlights with what you talked about in your experiences or beliefs?
Because there's nothing worse than waiting for someone to volunteer to go first, right? When you're the teacher and you just wait.
I love silence, and I can sit and wait for a long time. So thank you for volunteering.
Well, we both had themes that kind of dealt with ideas around public school as a place where people become engaged in their world and their communities they learn citizenship skills, they learn about just their own personal growth and creates opportunities. We talked about it as a shared, I use the term a shared investment, but that public education it helps us build things for later. Pathways into things like relationships and new experiences, things that we might carry with us for the rest of our lives, and a portal of sorts into ways of experiencing cultures, individual ways of lived experiences, and ways of thinking that we would not get to on our own. Did I miss anything? Okay.
May I share your first statement? I don't know how to say that big word.
Egalitarian.
Egalitarian. I just thought that was so well said. Access to guided exploration of oneself, community, and the world. I thought that just kind of really was a great way to talk about public education.
Aya and I might be, I don't know, 40 years apart, but we had we had a great, I think what we both shared was pretty similar, and it had a lot to do with students and what they deserve in that educational experience. So I thought that was a really cool thing for us to come together on.
So Sammy started his with accessible castles of hope. And I think across ours we had themes of growth, hope, holistic learning, both academically as well as behavior, social, and that community setting, and the importance of preparing students not for their present as well as for their futures. Anything you'd add?
That's really awesome.
We had a lot of similarities in what we talked about, talking about that schools are a place that we learn about other folks in ways that doesn't happen in other places in society. And we talked about that it's a place where somebody called it civics, but I think it's also like where you start to learn about democracy. It's a place where students acquire skills, and as you think about the number 50 million, that's skills for the majority of the folks that live here, and work here and participate here. And then also that it's an evolving system, that it's continually changing. There are things that stay the same, but in a lot of ways, things are always changing in our schools. And then Lou also, we had those, again, these were a lot of similarities, but then adding the aspect of safety that happens in our schools. And also recognizing that that's schools now. That has not always been the case with schools, and that has not always been the case for students attending schools in our country.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wanted to share something that didn't get to share something that they wanted to share?
Well, that it, one part that how I worded it was it's a place where it's somewhere where kids can imagine what life may look like in the future. So like bringing an imagination to it, and being a place of curiosity, growth, and support. So that's how I like wrapped all of the things together, basically, even though I wrote it on my own.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you everyone for sharing. Chris, do you want to say something? Okay.
I think people forget too that public education is a space for kids to come sometimes to just get basic needs, you know, to be fed and to get some kind of interaction, positive interaction with people.
Thank you.
One more thing though, Bernie said it's a right, and I left that off our list, but it's super important. That's where our conversation started, is that public education is a right.
Just wanted to acknowledge one more thing, since a lot of our answers focused on students and student experience there. Also wanted to acknowledge the many educators who are there as learners in that space too, sharing. And then just to add to what you shared, Chris, about education, public education being such a tremendous resource and community hub for families as well.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing just a little bit of that and your belief there. And 50 million students, right, have that experience. And as we start to talk about the innovation team and moving towards that work together, there are so many experiences, lived experiences, and intersectionalities of our lenses that we bring that influence how we interface with public education. And at the same time, we had like a lot of hope-filled pieces, we also know that public education hasn't always been built for everyone. And so that's part of the innovation team's work, is to thinking about what can be done differently as we move on into the future. So for that next slide. So why now? Why are we starting this innovation work now? Because there's different things kind of converging simultaneously for us that can make this type of work possible. We know that there's changing needs for students and the needs that they need coming into our public schools. We know about workforce needs changing. A group of us were just at a conference and we just heard like the new poll of like the skills you need in the workforce. And then we're also starting conversations about consolidation. And while there are many different avenues of that and emotions behind consolidation, sometimes changes like this can make new things possible that we once thought weren't possible before. And sometimes when we think about public education and where it hasn't worked for all, or where it hasn't worked for some folks, when we are actually looking at consolidating, can have us take a hard look at what has historically been created to not serve certain groups of people, and maybe shift that in this process of consolidation to create systems and structures that begin to serve more than maybe how some of our public education institutions have intentionally been designed to exclude in the past. So another little activity, you can do this again on whatever way with the tools you have is the easiest for you to write on. And so this one is try to write down to one sentence that I'm going to hopefully ask if you feel comfortable, each of you sharing out, is, so thinking about the future and moving ahead, what is a sentence that represents your hope for the future and for education in Corvallis? So one sentence on the hope for the future of learning here in Corvallis that you have. That's a big thing for a sentence. I know it's... Yeah, next. Yeah. And we'll take like a couple minutes to try to do that. It's real hard because you have to prioritize. Yeah. A sentence that represents your hope for the future of education in Corvallis. My hope for the future of education in Corvallis is one way you could start that. So about another minute or so. All right. So as you feel ready and comfortable, it'd be great to hear everyone if you are okay with that, or if not, it's totally okay to opt out. But what is your hope for the future of education in Corvallis? Sure, that's great.
Oregon leader in preparing happy, healthy, engaged graduates who are adaptable for a changing cultural landscape.
So mine's a very general statement, but there's a lot of why. I want you to think of the word why after I've read this. I hope that every kid and staff member in Corvallis will want to come to school every day and will want to stay all day.
Full disclosure, I'm using the same answer for the last question as this one as well. My hope for the public education in Corvallis is that it becomes to be accessible castles of hope for every child to find the best opportunities to learn and grow, dream and succeed, be free of the constraints of the past, empowered by the opportunities of the future.
I went with a very long sentence. Schools where students, families, and staff feel holistically supported with strong social, emotional, academic learning opportunities, along with a diverse menu of offerings such as arts and CTE that help students be well-rounded, caring community members, achieve their goals, prepare for their futures, and thrive.
I also wrote an academic length sentence. I know. That's sad. I hope that young people feel like they belong in Corvallis schools and leave with tools and skills that will help them with their future path in life, whatever that may be.
That's funny.
What? Did you write the same thing?
Students leave with the skills and tools to be successful in the path they choose. I did not look at what you wrote.
I don't know. If I was a teacher, I'd be wondering.
Yeah.
Some resource sharing between us too.
I hope the future of education in Corvallis is innovative, holistic, equitable, relevant, engaging, and prepares the next generations of leaders with critical thinking skills and understanding of the world beyond our borders.
Schools that create and maintain diverse and dynamic learning so that every student can expand their sense of the possibility for their future selves with resources and support to thrive in their personal development.
My hope for the future of education in Corvallis is that along the way we are able to develop strong critical thinking skills.
I went with the Chris Hawkins model and said, welcome all learners to our spaces and provide them the things they need to learn and grow.
Thank you. Lots of hopes on what we are, visioning for looking ahead into the future. At the same time, we know in our community, as it is with any communities, there are concerns about public education and there's concerns about our educational programming. I know I've heard lots of those concerns, and I would guess you've also heard lots of those concerns. And so if you are thinking about the top kind of 2 or 3 concerns you've heard from our community, I was going to ask you, those are next thing here, to write those down around our educational programming. So what if you narrow it down to the top 2 or 3 things you hear? It could be a category, it could be a subject, it could be a program. What are the top 2 or 3 things you hear from our community about their concerns around our educational programming here in Corvallis? And then we're going to share those next. And I didn't say, but you have different tools to use, and I saw lots of people chose different tools that works well for them to record that. All right. We can go around again. We can do it a different way. Whatever way you feel comfortable doing is great to share these out.
We'll go first, and then we can start in the middle. And then we can go that way. So I just wrote a couple of things that I've heard a lot, like a repeated couple comments and of concerns. And one is that CSD it's not rigorous enough, the education. And then the other one is that CSD has lost their focus on education, are the two things I hear quite often, with the disclaimer that I may not think that.
All right, I just wrote down a couple of words just for things that have come up pretty often from family outreach or community outreach or question. One was around math curriculum questions, and then the arts broadly, music, theater, and broader arts too.
So 3 things come to mind and are really fresh from conversations I had past few months, year. The first one is struggle around what equitable resource allocation means into our programming and our prioritization between giving every child what they need, period, or giving every child what they need based on prioritization, based on what's more priority than the other with the limited resource situation we were living in. I think that's a big struggle I have in the conversations. The second one is the right balance. It was mentioned, the right balance between simple, specific outcomes, reading, arithmetic, etc., or holistic outcomes that actually contribute to those specific ones for many of our students, for the majority of our students, understanding the right balance between what's the school district's mission is. Is it just laser focus on 3 outcomes, or holistic focus that's actually also support those specific things? The third one is the challenge between what the children want and what the children's future necessitates and need, what they actually need, and also what the parents want and what they think their children need, which in many situations is very aligned. In many situations, it involves a conversation around what am I missing about my children's future that I'm not seeing. I think that's a really important conversation that we're all growing into understanding.
Yes, I'll turn that on. I'll repeat myself. Not all kids feel welcome or heard. And the second one is kind of what Lou mentioned about rigor, and especially in the area of math.
I apparently cheated off Dr. Tomini, the math readiness concerns and arts and libraries cuts.
Mine were the same. Number 1, math detracking, and the second was the arts.
I haven't been around long enough to hear complaints, but this happened at my school where there was an emergency budget cut and a lot of teachers got fired. And then my second one was also behind in mathematics.
Changes in music, art, library services, perceived lack of rigor, particularly in math, and I captured this one as kind of the sense that we're lowering the bar of expectations in pursuit of equity.
Pretty much the same. What I've been hearing is the lack of enrichment opportunities, especially arts and music, lack of focus on STEM, rigor that includes mathematics, of course, and then lack of equity.
Thank you. So there's some definitely alignment in what you've heard. And so there's hopes and there's also real concerns from our community. And our community has lots of hopes as well. And so our envisioning for the future is to think about, what if we could bring those things together? What if those things could be on the table for us to look at what the future of Corvallis could look like, and have real discussions with our community, with teachers, with staff about these concerns and these hopes based on our experiences in public education, and what would that future look like? So we have a little vignette exercise here of keeping business as usual, and that could be thinking about consolidation or closure in a typical way, maybe, and what outcomes could be if we kept business as usual, or if we could take this opportunity and look at what future ready could look like for these hopes and future of learning in Corvallis, and what that could look like. So I have these vignettes, and then we have these two questions on this next slide that we're going to discuss after we read them. So we'll take just a couple minutes to read this and let you reflect and think about it, and then we'll come together again and talk in your partners again about these questions too. So when you're ready, to kind of turn into your partner that you already worked with once about public education, and you have a couple of those questions to think about. And then when we're done with this, again, we'll share out a couple insights that you and your partner had about this conversation. So start to come to an okay stopping spot. I know we could talk at length about this, but just if you can come to a good stopping spot, we'll come back together here. I was letting him finish his thought there. What are some insights that your partner and you had or talked about in this?
So a couple of things that came out were just the attention to really individualized and differentiated learning for students in a way that allowed for cross-grade mentorship, partnership, collaboration, and then also that deep connection to real-world learning and activities.
Ours was similar with the connecting to the world with the project, and they said it reminded me of College Hill's Butterfly Project, that second one, and also that it's not from a deficit viewpoint, and it's looking at strengths and collaboration and really drawing that out of the student. And then we kind of talked about in the context of CSD, or at least Corvallis in the community, like understanding what growth and success can look like beyond test scores could help move something like that forward, because some of that is like, how do you quantify that in the same way? And so helping move beyond just one way of viewing what success in education looks like could be one thing. And we also chatted a little bit about like missed opportunities with OSU, and instead of it being like the River Health Project with a nonprofit, could it have been like with researchers at OSU who are doing like internationally known research, right? And how that can lead to curiosities with young people too. Not that nonprofits are bad. I'm just saying, like, we talked about those kind of missed opportunities that exist in our communities, that divide that's been there for so long, how as a community maybe we can move past that to get to something like that in that second one too, with the resources right there.
I think what we talked about, similar stuff, we're excited about this second vignette. The students are treated as individuals, and their needs are met, and there are people in the program to help them get to where they want to go. I think one of the things that excited me quite a bit is that, you know, I always believe in hands-on training. Like when you apply your knowledge to something relevant, you learn more out of it than just sitting in a classroom reading a book and so on. And I really am excited about that. But one thing that we did come up with is that this is very resource intensive. Just I think Therese was talking about how much time it would take for a teacher to give individual responses to each student. And that is a big task. And also, I think we need to build very strong community partnerships to make this happen, even in mentorship, in companies or organization needing to facilitate some of these projects and everything else.
Well, I got very excited. I have quite the list going here about what we could do. But as mentioned before, and we both talked about this, it does require a lot more time for teachers to prep and to work together, to consolidate. And then just little things like tech services. We have an amazing technology program, but for this and the way it's looking here, you would need 24/7. You might need 24/7 tech services. You'd have to do a lot of training on project-based learning, and what would that look like at all levels, starting at the elementary level, which is possible, it's been done. Scheduling changes, which we know are a nightmare with having to do that. And as Bernie mentioned, and we talked about community connection, a lot of that, and more of the CTE type models. Is that it?
I think it's still kind of hard for us to dream it. We've just been through a very hard cycle, and it kind of reminds me, recently a friend posed a question to a group: what would you do if you suddenly had a lot of money? And I picked get a soft pretzel machine, and my friend picked the library from Beauty and the Beast, and I was like, mine was not that good. And it's still like, oh, we're picturing what it could be like, but it's still hard for me to make that connection, especially having gone through such a hard season.
I also, in reading this, was thinking about just time intensive for educators, the resources, the capacity, the funding it would take to do this, and also step back and thought about where are spaces where things like this are already happening that we can learn from. So thinking that we do have glimpses of some of the programs happening at College Hill in terms of really experiential learning opportunities, and not that it's limited to College Hill, but other places. Or I know several of us toured the summer school program that had really more of a learning block model rather than a minute by minute scheduled time, and students loved being there. The students who were there and actively coming said, we love being here. We wish school was like this all the time. And it was just these little tiny things that were different sometimes too, of just, it's okay if I'm not here right at this minute, and teachers are here to greet me, and I feel really safe here, and we're being fed breakfast in a way that's just a lot more casual and easier to access. So it just had me also thinking about where are there spaces where this is already happening successfully. And oftentimes when we hear those stories, what we also hear from the educators are, this feels joyful and this is why I teach. And so thinking about summer school, for instance, of that's a time for educators when often it's, please go take a break because you're burning out by March, April, because this is so intense and this field requires so much emotional labor. And to hear from the summer school teachers who said, usually I thought I would need a break, but this refills me for the rest of the year to be here in this way, just has me wondering and asking that question of where is this already happening in some form in our district, and what could we learn from that, rather than thinking totally outside of the box of, oh, we can't do anything without a lot of resources. Maybe we can.
I want to build on this because this is really critical, which is uplift the examples that already exist and test every assumption. We can't rely on assumptions of the past to create a future that's better. We need to test those assumptions and say, is it true we have to keep doing business as usual? Do we need to configure things differently where our educators feel supported to innovate and create a system that's empowering like this? And for us on the board to build that confidence and trust in that, and I'll give a very good anecdotal case here. Third grade reading, it's very important metric for us to hold our superintendent accountable on. What if I tell you maybe third grade level reading might be a little bit lower if the students are going to be bilingual at fourth grade level with 2 languages that they can read very well? That's one question that's opened my mind. Sometimes we need to be very critical in even the metrics that we rely on and how we measure them in order for us to have a future that's different than the past.
Yeah, thank you. Go to our next slide. So we could talk about this extensively, and that was my point, because Ryan asked me to talk about innovation team and what we're going to be doing, and I thought you needed to experience it to know, because it's hard to explain what we'll be doing. And so that sequence of things we just did is like what our innovation team will start to do and discuss and grapple with, talking about the concerns they hear, putting that on the table, discussing them. What could it look like differently? What would the educators need to make that happen? What community partnerships at OSU could we connect with? And so that little mini thing is what we're going to start embarking on for like the next 2 years as an innovation team here in Corvallis. I think Harvey Milk has like a quote that's something around like, you can't, hope alone doesn't help, right? And so we have lots of hopes, and our innovation team is one of the hows we can start to make some of those hopes a reality for the future of learning in Corvallis. And so our innovation team will be sending out our invites to folks in the next week or so who applied to be on that, and we'll have about 32 educators across all of our schools, both certified and classified, from all different levels of experience and expertise. All different lived experiences and identities and intersectionalities are coming together to talk about collectively our experiences, our hopes, and where we see we can increase, like look at new innovative models and programs and increase engagement and rigor and find that joy in education. And we're gonna do that in like kind of 4 ways of like looking at our trends, engaging with community regularly and often, both in an affinity spaces and outside of affinity spaces, advancing equity and inclusion. And that starts with the grounding in equity to know and do work together to examine how schools have historically been built not to serve groups of people, and knowing that as a base to work to change, and then aligning all of that work with our board goals. So taking those concerns we hear, having them back to talk about, to see what we can do in a new and innovative way. And in that, the process of consolidation and looking at different models, different programming ways allows this team to help advise that way. And so the hope is when we know recommendations and a recommendation we might be looking at, this team can start to engage our community, to engage all of their schools and their educators on, within this recommendation and model for consolidation, what can we make possible? What does consolidation make possible for the students for learning here in Corvallis? Is there a different way we look at our libraries and our music programs and our arts programs in a different model where we have different levels of access? Because our resources, we know what those are, but when we shift the structures with how we use those resources, we can start to look at these different ways of doing that. I'm excited because I believe in our shared humanity and that we have like a collective wealth of expertise in our community and in our rooms and with our educators that we can share just in this little bit in this space. I can start to hear the synergy popping and happening about our beliefs and how we could do this. And I can start to feel excitement and hesitation and all of those things that come with that. And so this is kind of that preview of the excellent work that Kim has done with long-range facilities, starting to inform where we can be as an innovation team to start to rumble with the concepts of public education in Corvallis and what is our Corvallis promise for the future of our kiddos here. So next slide as we wrap up. So as we think about innovation, you've talked about ideas, and I'm just interested to hear that we can take this, and Lauren's taking some notes that we can use into our planning, is from your perspective right now, just after first take, and we'll keep coming back to these types of things, but what is an innovation that we should accelerate? You talked about things already happening. What are some things we should think about accelerating, and what's a risk or a barrier that we also have to be thinking about to address in that? So I'll give you just like another minute or so to think about those, and then we'll share out and then wrap up. And then when you feel like you're ready, we can just kind of popcorn. We can do both at the same time. And we'll record those and then close.
So my answer to both is the same, kind of. The innovation we should accelerate is leveraging of technology in supporting staff addressing the needs of our students, social and emotional. And I will highlight AI will be a technology that we might be aware of, but not sure we're leveraging in a way that's responsible and ethical, and catching up with what it can do and what it cannot do and do it right. And I think that's the answer to one risk or barrier we must address. How can we embrace AI and technology in an ethical and responsible way in supporting our kids? I don't want us to be like that TV commentator in 1994 saying, what is internet anyway? It's going to be part of our students' lives, part of their career, and understanding how it can help us innovate operationally, but also educationally.
So I'll go to accelerate, number one, combining subjects into different types of learning, / like project-based learning. And the barrier to address is the ideas of the limits of rigor, that maybe because students are combining, art and science, that it therefore must not be rigorous.
I'll go next because mine's kind of related. I copied Judah a little bit, just kidding. And I put applied learning as how I framed it, and I said capacity of teachers as some of the barriers, and also an affinity towards standardized testing as measures of success. So I think those are a couple of things. And yeah.
I think I'm also thinking on the same lines. I call it more holistic education, right? Integrating math, science, arts, music, all into the learning in a day. And I think one risk or barrier is resources, time, but also teachers are going to have more, require more training, more competencies, and so on. And then the other part is that different families and parents may have different expectations of that outcome. And I think we need to figure that out in addition to the standardized testing type outcomes.
One thing I was thinking about in terms of a risk or barrier, just in terms of process, you shared that invitations are going out very soon for the team, which is really exciting to hear. And I'm just wondering, since this is coming in parallel with a consolidation process, that once models for consolidation or a model for consolidation comes forward, who may be needed on that team may not be represented based on what comes forward. So I think just thinking toward flexibility, or a hope for some flexibility, or if things start moving and folks say, "Ooh, I didn't realize that's what it was," I'd really like to be involved, that there's some flexibility in being able to shift makeup of the team to really make sure to meet the needs as things change or as new information comes in.
Again, my answer is always going to be a little different, and that is to accelerate. I think you've got to accelerate the passion that you've heard today, and the passion that you hear within amongst teachers that are using those kind of innovative ways of teaching. And the barrier, of course, time and money, but also the underlying really piece of all this is the consolidation, and that with that's going to come a lot of passion that's might try to derail some of this other things that you're talking about.
And going back in terms of processes and so on, I would hope whatever we decide to accelerate or whatever innovation we want to focus on, we take the time to, I guess, in my last career, war game it or simulate it, and to make sure that it works in different scenarios, whether it's consolidation, whether just try out different options to make sure we have the right answers before we roll it out. Because what's regional intensive is actually the wrong thing. Knowing what it's going to do.
And the team is a two-year team with that in mind, with a third year of monitoring and implementation. So we've had kind of designed it that way to slow that pace. Next slide. So what questions do you have for me about the innovation team and our work that's going to start here?
Is there room for community members?
Yeah, and so I think the team, the way that I usually guide a team is that the team comes together and works together and makes decisions as a collective group on some of those pieces. The way I envision some of that happening is a lot of inward planning, then outward working with community, then inward and then outward and back and forth, or bringing in community groups at times where we want to hear from this group in our community about this topic. And so yes, in lots of different capacities and ways.
Could you share a little bit more? I don't want to ask an archaic question. What are their lines of reporting and who delivers reports to who? But walk us through the why and the how you envision this innovation team working with different departments, schools, and I would love to hear if you can highlight how the equity lens might be embraced by a team of X number of people, uplifting voices or experiences that might be usually or typically not uplifted.
Yeah, it kind of happens in phases. With like the first phase is a lot of like education, information gathering, and then communicating back out what those pieces are that we've learned, and getting feedback on things. And so I'll talk to, I think probably just like real quick, because I think we're really out of time. But it is like we could say we want to think about this type of a model for math. And we've researched and we've visited these schools, we've talked to these other schools, we've looked at this, we've done this piece in this group. Now let's go out and get feedback to this group, or let's come back and present this to all of our staffs and get feedback, and then come back together. And so it's like making plans, and ultimately we report back to Ryan and our student growth and experience department here, who's like helping lead that work, is like, then with this recommendation, where do we go from this? And so this is a team that looks at this and makes these recommendations on what this future could look like in all these specific areas or programming. And then we decide if that recommendation is what we want to do. Then you make an implementation plan and then work to implement that with learning and PD and all of those pieces that would happen. So brief, but that's what it is, yeah.
If folk have more questions, I'm sure you're welcome. Do you have a short question?
Oh, go ahead.
You can, if you have a, maybe just ask it real quick.
Will there be board members involved in your team?
Yes.
Okay, so that was a quick question. Yeah. But if you think of more questions, I'm sure you can reach out to Byron too. Thanks, Byron, for that. And we're going to take a short 5-minute break. Okay, we are back, and next item is with Ryan and Kim.
I'm ready. All right, so we, for the next hour, going to spend time together talking about proposed timelines, a little bit more about how we worked on our communication pathways with our community, and how we move forward in terms of consolidation. Again, as we move through this, we're going to be interested in the ideas and suggestions you have, but we needed to have a starting place. And so this is the starting place for us to build from. So a couple of things that really come to mind as we start to have this conversation. The first one is around stewardship. So we care for what we have built and want to ensure it's sustainable for the next generation. So as we think about that, we're not thinking about 50 years down the road, but we're thinking about students who are coming into our system now and will be leaving in 13 years. So in a sort of a generation that way, thinking about the things that we have that we've been able to do well, we want to think about how do we hold on to those things in the midst of consolidation. Also about the opportunities that our students have. So again, every student deserves a strong academic experience and the best resources we can provide. And one of the reasons we're having this conversation is because what we've heard has been that as we continue to have fewer students in each one of our schools, it starts to dilute some of the opportunities that we're able to provide. And so as we think about this process and where we need to head, we're trying to think about how do we consolidate resources in a way that they provide more opportunities to our students. And then finally around community, and we know that we're stronger when we work together. What you'll see is a number of opportunities for community engagement in this process. And the decision is about all of us, not any one school. And one of the things that I'm going to want to get from you near the end of this conversation today is your view on what sort of proposal you want me to bring forward. And so we're going to have some conversation about that as well. So one of the things that we spent a little bit of time looking at over the summer is what do we know about consolidation processes, and what are some of the aspects of that that are important for us, as me as a leader, you as my bosses, but also community members and electeds. What are the things that we need to be thinking about as we move through this process? Yeah.
Can you, for people, because I don't know if we ever actually said what consolidation means, and so if folk are watching this, they might be like, what are we talking about? Before we jump into the rest of it, I think that might be helpful.
Yeah, so consolidation is the concept of having less schools open and consolidating the services that we provide into fewer buildings supporting our students.
Thank you. I think that'll help people understand this next part.
Sammy has a question too.
I have a question because on the graph, sometimes it's called consolidation, sometimes it's called a closure. What's the difference?
I think that they are often used interchangeably. And I think, as I think about it, I think that closure, as I think about the way I use the language, closure to me is more absolute about a specific building being closed. Consolidation is more about how we realign the resources and services we're providing in such a way that we're able to meet the needs of our students. So as I've been saying it, I've been saying consolidation primarily because I'm thinking about the way that we adjust and reallocate our resources.
Awesome.
And
Thank you.
consolidation can lead to closure, I think, is part of it too, and that was already a decided thing on the graphs. Is how I read the graph earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Ryan, for
Yeah.
taking that brief moment.
No, I appreciate it because it actually fits right in to where I'm headed. We've just kind of been in sync today. So districts that have been successful in navigating closure were made frequent, clear communication. So thank you for helping me to do that better. But at the same time, acknowledging the emotional toll. And that's one of the things that Byron did as his preset work with us, is to think about the emotional component of what this means. Also, as we know, but it's always important that we remember that it's important to avoid using technical jargon, because in schools we have a lot of acronyms and a lot of educational language that we tend to use, and we need to be thinking about that as we're having these conversations with our community. Districts that started conversations early tended to be more successful. That didn't mean that the process had to be extensive, but the community was aware of the problem. And I do think that is something that we have spent a lot of time over the last year talking about with our community. And so I feel like our community has a sense that's not sure what, but that some sort of change is coming. And then finally, thinking about what Byron's talked about is not just about the consolidation or a closure, but thinking about opportunities to create better educational environments for students. And so one of the things that we're going to continue to share with you are, as we go through this process, how do we make sure that we are not just making a hard decision and doing like full stop. We're making a hard decision and then we're moving forward, and we're moving forward keeping in mind who our students are and what sorts of opportunities we're hoping for them to have. Some of the excitement you shared earlier as we started to talk about innovation, that those conversations need to be parallel to one another. So because you still have your whiteboards, I'm going to have you take a moment and just write down, and you've actually done this part of an activity for us before, one or two groups that you are connected to or feel like you could be even a part of, but that you are interfacing with on a regular basis in our community. Where do you find those connections with folks who live in the community of Corvallis? And just choose, you don't have to make an extensive list, just choose one or two that you feel like they understand me, I understand them. When we come together, we are able to lean on one another, but also share with one another and help each other to be educated on a topic like where we're headed with consolidation. All right, now that you have those written down, next to them, write down how you think the conversation around consolidation with that group of people, what would be the emotion related to that conversation? And in that group, you're probably imagining one person or maybe two people that are also part of that group. You might be thinking about a whole congregation or group that you interact with, but just thinking about what are some of those emotions that would come with a conversation that you would have related to consolidation. Now we're going to shift to approach. So, because these conversations will most likely happen. You've identified people that you tend to interact with. You probably have that, they probably ask you questions as you spend time together. What I want you to think about is the approach to that conversation that you'll have. So what tone would you use? What facts or details would resonate most? What fears or hopes do you need to acknowledge? And what is the end emotional state you are hoping for? So thinking again about those conversations as we move through the next several months. You don't have to answer all four of those questions, but just to think through a few of them. The tone you'd use, the facts and details that would be important, fears and hopes do you need to acknowledge, as we talked about before, and then the emotional state you were hoping for. All right. So what I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you pair up again and just have the opportunity to have a conversation with a colleague or neighbor. So Aya and Melissa, I'm going to put you together. Oh, okay. Got it. Then I'm going to have you three do a triad, Sammy, Shauna, and Lou, and then Chris and Judah. And I'm going to give you... I'm only going to give you about 6 minutes to have that conversation, but I want you to have a chance to share and gain some ideas from one another. All right, go ahead and sum up the last sentence. I hope that conversation was helpful for each of you, again, as you start to think about moving into some of these conversations with community. So one of the other things we did over the summer is several of us spent time talking to other districts or superintendents who had gone through a consolidation process, and so what were some of their key learnings or considerations that we needed to account for. So one of them that I first and foremost was board alignment. One superintendent that I spoke to said, I shared with my board that you need to stay together so you keep our community together. And I think that really doesn't mean that you always agree or have similar thoughts about what we should do, but that you continue to uphold those working agreements that you have in what could become a challenging situation or a challenging time, and how important that you all being strong board members alongside one another is really vital to where we're headed. One of the things that was shared with us was about building positive new school communities. And you've sort of heard that theme today as we're thinking about innovation, as we're thinking about how do we move forward. We will continue to progress, and we need to be thinking about how we do that and continue to share the positive experiences of students in our schools through this process and beyond. Also, that decisions were timely. So limiting how long folks are in the gray, so that we're able to get the information out, a decision can be made, because then we're able to move forward. Until that decision is made, we're sort of in this place of unknown, and that also causes folks a lot of anxiety. So to make a timely decision, again, focus on academic improvement. We hear the critiques from our community, and we know that we have areas that we need to continue to improve in, and this is an opportunity for us to continue to move in that direction. Thinking about the support for our students and our staff in this process. One of my colleagues, their board made a decision late one evening, and the next day, the staff were coming to school hearing about the decision related to their school. Because the meeting went late into the night. That superintendent shared with me, I wish I would have had folks at the school the next day. I wish I would have had a care room set up. I wish I would have had a couple subs in the building just in case somebody needed a break. So thinking about those aspects. If we have reductions that come from this, how do we help folks to find future employment? And how do we share some of those things with our community so that we know we all have a vested interest in the support of our students and staff as we move through this process? So again, that community awareness piece, and just by walking around and listening, it sounds like you're hearing a lot of questions from community already. Again, identifying that this is already something that people are aware of and are anticipating, they just don't know what it is at this point in time. Any questions about any of those themes that I heard?
When you're talking about board alignment, one thing that I think is really helpful for me is just the knowledge and knowing the facts. And so what is the plan to keep us all aligned and informed of what's going on? So I understand board is going to be involved in, for example, Byron's innovative team, but it's not going to be all of us, obviously. So how is that?
Can I hold that till the next slide?
Yes. Can
Okay.
I ask my two other questions?
Of course.
When it comes to, shoot, I forgot my question on it. When it comes to social support on this, I guess, are we going to look back on lessons learned a little bit more about, like, talking to kids and talking to staff, more about what worked and what didn't work when we did close some of the schools? Because there were some little things that we could have done that would have made a big difference in how kids felt part of a school that they were coming into. So are we going to do that? Oh, and then my other question is timeline on decision-making. I'm sure you're probably going to share that, but
That's on the next slide too.
you're welcome.
I have thought a lot about reaching out to folks who were here during that transition. You know, Kim's a great example of that. You're another great example of that. But I know that there's other folks too. And again, this is a process that is iterative. And if people have suggestions and ideas, I'm open to those. So I'm not like putting it back in everybody else's lap. I have plans to talk to some folks, but if there's things that you are thinking, Chris, that were like, these were the 3 things that had we done different as kids transition from Harding to Adams, that I would want to know those. All right, we're going to go to the next slide. So here's a timeline, a proposed timeline for this process. And it includes 3 main components. It includes board meetings that are coming between now and the middle of November. It includes superintendent chats. So for those who don't know, I have done a superintendent chat monthly over the last several years. During COVID, they happened more frequently, and that's when I started those. And so I'm planning to have frequent superintendent chats during this period of time so staff can ask me questions directly. Sometimes I've done those in a more formal fashion, and sometimes I've done them in a somewhat informal fashion, but that's going to be an important piece of this too. And then also some open meetings for the public to come and provide ideas and suggestions as well. So those are the kind of and then also the back to school day, another opportunity for staff. But basically what we have is, as of September 11th is a board meeting. And what I'm going to ask you in a little bit is about what sorts of proposals you want me to bring forward, because my goal would be to bring forward a proposal at the September 11th board meeting or proposals. The following day to do a superintendent's chat. So staff having a board meeting Thursday night, we would do that on Friday. Do a public listening session the week of September 15th. It says September 15th, but it would be that week. Another superintendent's chat with staff, followed by a board meeting on September 25th that would have public testimony. Listening session, again, open the week of September 29th. The soups chat again with staff on September 30th. A listening section the week of October 6th. A board meeting on October 16th, which again has public testimony. And then during the board meetings of October 30th, deliberation and action November 13th. So that is my proposed timeline. It does a couple of things. It allows us multiple area opportunities for both staff and community members to give us input in terms of what they see as the strengths of the proposal or proposals, the weaknesses of this proposal or proposals, or other ideas. It also allows our staff members to do that, and it also allows the board to hear public testimony both in board meetings and also in email, which it tends to be more frequent, honestly, than the public testimony that we receive. Sammy.
So thank you very much. I really like to see that. I like seeing this because it includes transparency within the institution and outside. One thing with major decisions we've heard a lot from the community is they want us to make the decision in a very thoughtful way as a board. And I'm wondering, from a structural point of view, if there is a final recommendation on October 30th that would qualify as a first read, and November 13th that would qualify as a second read. Nevertheless, probably that final recommendation will be either one or a combination or modification of what we would be hearing on September 11. Is that correct?
There is, in terms of policy, there is not a specific policy related to school consolidation and closure. I do believe that the board should take action on the decision. That's in the slide in a little while. You could consider it as a first and second read. My only concern with that is how does that allow enough time, because then basically you're more or less semi-finalizing the decision on October 30th. That's the limitation of that pathway.
Yeah, and really I think the sentiments behind first and second, not necessarily it's something in our bylaws or our policies, but the sentiments behind it is public testimony can follow a possible decision. It's not an obligation of this board, but it's a really important thing I would suspect the community wants to do. Is we're going to hear lots of public testimony leading to the recommendation, but perhaps, hopefully, we will be listening. We are listening, and we will be listening to the public testimony, forming that recommendation. That's the right thing to do for the community, and also that's based on the community feedback. But after we have that recommendation, on one final check-in, and I'm assuming on November 13th, we already received the recommendation, and we should have public comments section during that period, correct?
Yeah, it would come in the packet. The recommendation would come in the packet.
Okay. So October 30th, we have a recommendation and potentially a public comment during that day, where people will be able to comment, and then on November 13th, they still can comment after, correct?
So can we hold this discussion
Sure,
just for a little
sorry.
while? No, you're totally fine. I think what the other thing that we're going to talk about in just a little bit is about the number of proposals that the board wants me to bring forward. And I think that has an impact on that flow. And so I'd like to return to that, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we can add public comment to our meetings too, right? If
Yeah, we would have it at all the.
Yeah, and so I don't think that, I'm not worried about the public not having an opportunity to comment or weigh in. I think we have so many opportunities. I was going to add, I appreciate how everything is structured where it's in between board meetings. So we're hearing it at board meetings and in the communities, because we know not everybody likes coming to the board meetings. And so I feel like we have a lot of community input, where that was not, like the final recommendation, obviously we're going to hear comments on too. And I agree with Ryan, we get more email comments than people coming to meetings as well. And so I would encourage people to do whatever's best for them as far as providing feedback.
One other thing I want to note about this timeline, while November 13 may seem like a short period of time, we will have a significant amount of work to do in preparation for the upcoming school year. And so we need a decision earlier in order for all those other pieces to come into place.
And that's before the school improvement plan meetings too, so that having this figured out would help that, right? Okay. Yeah.
All right, so everybody take a sigh or a breath or whatever you need to do. I'm going to bring us back to, on this slide, it's going to be an opportunity for you to use your tissue one more time for another free write. But it's about, what does consolidation make possible? So going back to that conversation you are having with that friend or colleague or group of folks, what is something that consolidation has the potential to make possible? All right. Well, I appreciate how thoughtful everyone's being, giving you the time to, again, think through some of these pieces that will be coming up for you is really important. So for the next slide, it's just, again, reiterating the timelines. And for this one, really what I want you to envision is that innovation team. So the decisions that are made by the board will inform the work of the innovation team. And so depending on what you all decide to do, the innovation will take that information once they've done some brainstorming and identifying paths forward to take what you have decided and use that as they work towards promising practices in innovation and as they address the questions and concerns that have been raised by the community that you've shared back with them. So again, thinking about this as a 2-year process is really important because that means that they will be working throughout the upcoming school year. As we make changes in our schools, they would continue on through that next school year as well. So as people put in applications, they understood that it was a longer term commitment as they apply to be members of that innovation team. All right, so here's a question that I need your perspective and direction for me as the superintendent. So on September 11th at the board meeting, I will be bringing forward a proposal or several proposals for you to consider. That's where I asked Sammy to sort of hold on those last couple of meetings, because if it's one proposal, then it will probably be more, have more dialogue and iterations than 2 proposals potentially. But that's kind of why I wanted to sort of wait on that. So one of the things that I've thought about in relations to 1 or 2 proposals is going back to those equity lens questions. And thinking about those equity lens questions, again, in regards to, do I bring 1 proposal forward for your consideration? That in no way means that that is the decision. It means it's a starting point and a proposal. Or do I bring forward multiple proposals for you to hear? Again, not meaning that that is the only way of doing it and it has to be proposal 1 or proposal 2. It just puts more proposals on the table for a starting point. I just want to be really clear about that. What I'm bringing to you is not a final decision in any way. It is a starting point for consideration at that meeting. Did you have a question, Judah? No. Okay, sorry. I saw your hand and all good. All right, so as I looked at those questions, those equity lens questions, some of them I felt may fit better under a single proposal, and some of them I felt might fit better under multiple proposals. And so I'm just going to kind of walk through my thinking, and then I want to open up discussion, because one of my goals for today is that I have a sense leaving this meeting what I'm bringing back to you. So for the first question, how does the decision align with the district's mission and vision? In a lot of ways, this is a collaborative group of people in a community that is engaged in the work that we do. And so with regards to that question, I really felt like it was probably more around having a couple proposals come forward. Around who does this decision affect positively? I think that in that area, I thought more about a single proposal, because for a couple of reasons. One is just being trauma informed and recognizing that the communities, the schools that we start to discuss, there will be more emotion around the potential closure of a school. As we throw out more proposals, more schools go through that tumult. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't be considered enough as the proposals change over time, but as a starting point, that is a concern that I have. Around who does this decision affect negatively? Again, I think that a single proposal probably fits better there. because in a lot of cases, those two proposals will alienate has the potential to alienate school communities that are in proposal 1 versus proposal 2. Another consideration. Around number 4, how might this ignore or worsen existing disparities? I didn't feel like that necessarily was a single proposal or two proposals. I sort of put that in the kind of the intermediate neutral category. What are the unintended consequences of this decision? I think that one I could see both sides. In terms of one proposal, people would believe that we've already made a decision. We sometimes hear that as a critique from our community. On the other side, we could see families leave schools in the middle of the year or early on because they're making an anticipation that my school will be closing. And so that will have an impact on transitions, kids who move into the community during the school year. So for that one, I said that really both proposals I could see in terms of unintended consequences. How will those affected by decisions be included in the process? I put that one as neutral, and I only put that as neutral because we have created a number of spaces for people to come together and provide input. There are maybe cases where people are not able to attend, and so there are some limitations to the opportunity for people to get public input, but I don't think that proposal 1 or proposal 2 changes that necessarily. What other possibilities were explored? Again, I felt like that one was somewhat neutral because we're exploring multiple possibilities right now. And then the final one is, how will this decision outcome be sustainable? And that one I put under one proposal as well. And the reason why I put it there is because we are making a decision right now about school consolidation. And we also know that there's the possibility that in a number of years, we're going to need to look at our high schools in particular. That's not necessarily the thing that we need to do right now because we understand where their attendance numbers are and that they wouldn't all fit in one school. But at some point, a board is going to need to make a decision similar to this, and unless things change in our community. And if that's the case, it will definitely be a situation where I think a single proposal would be the best option rather than this unnecessary competition between our two comprehensive high schools. So those were my initial thoughts as I went through those equity lens questions and tried to come to you not with a proposal on the number of proposals, but a opportunity to hear some of the thinking that I've been doing around what you're going to ask of me and the impact that has on our communities.
And I apologize if you already answered this, but when you talked to other superintendents who have already done this, did they give a recommendation of how many proposals?
For the most part, the superintendents I've talked to have talked more about getting it done in a short period of time, not necessarily the whole conversation, but the decision done in a short period of time more than the number of proposals that came to them. And in many of those cases, it was sort of an obvious decision, either in terms of attendance or in terms of building conditions. So we're in a little bit of a different situation that way.
Ryan, as a trained planner, I know in the Navy, we always, when we do what we call a course of action decision,
we usually bring up 3 courses of action. And some of the questions that you put up there, it falls into an area where we call staff estimates. So basically, the staff would work out all of these. But the purpose of that is it helps the decision maker compare and contrast the different courses of action. For us, when you bring in a single course of action, it's really hard to analyze it in the vacuum with that's the only choice. But when we are able to see it done in different courses of action, we can put value on something. Like, for example, in the equity lens, if one course of action says this decision affects another group, one group negatively, and then the other course of action, we see it affects another group differently. So in that contrast, we can figure out, well, what our values, how does it align to our broader strategic vision, broader board goals, and everything else. So I would advocate for more, but a lot of this work should be done ahead of time when it comes to, so the staff, so the board could ask the questions about specific outcomes that the staff came up with on how these plans gonna affect that. And I think time is probably better used in reviewing that than than to just analyze as a group whether it fits the equity lens or not. So that's just my 2 cents.
So what I hear you saying is that if it was between a single or 2 proposals, you'd want 2 proposals.
I would like 3, actually.
Yeah.
The third one would probably be a throwaway, but it again to help us to analyze the baseline. So and in the Navy, when I did this, this is exactly what we did.
Yeah.
COA 1, COA 2, and the third, and one of them is a throwaway. But it helps illustrate and compare and contrast what we're looking at specifically.
I have the opposite standpoint. I don't believe it's positive or beneficial. Like, thinking about this not in the closed context of that type of decision making, but in the open context of the entire community is listening to us and not creating unnecessary divisiveness in this community. And also, I am deeply persuaded by being trauma informed about what we're talking about to say that I'm advocating for a single proposal for those reasons, and that also aligns with a communication principle about uncertainty, that the less uncertain an individual or group is, the more likely they are to communicate, and to be focusing on communication, that individual line of communication, and reducing uncertainty with the community so that we understand from them specifically what they'd like to be seeing in that type of transition, and getting as much input as possible on how to make that overall extremely difficult transition as positive as we can. That's my 2 cents.
Can you see why I've been going back and forth in my head over this for quite some time?
So I'm feeling torn with a lot of the same thoughts. Bernie, when you were speaking, I thought this makes a lot of sense in terms of also thinking about the community will have questions, regardless of the number of proposals of, did you consider this? Did you consider that? And so being able to, regardless of the number of proposals, answer questions well around, this is why this wasn't considered, or this is why this was instead. And hearing you too, Judah, that's something that I really worry about with multiple proposals, is if there's a pitting of one community against another, or this proposal proposes closing the school or changing the school in this way, and then it turns into this battle between schools versus saying, okay, we have one that's been really thought through well, but is looking for how to enhance, how to change, what are things that haven't been thought of, how do we move forward as a community with this proposal versus battling out between schools. So I do worry about that as well from a community perspective. And I'm just curious too, Ryan, you may not have this answer right now, but thinking about what the data also bear out and what the budget numbers bear out. You know, ultimately, do they end up bearing out that there's 3 really feasible proposals that could make a huge difference and lead to these opportunities for consolidation that are potentially challenging but very positive, versus do the numbers really bear out, here's one new model and approach that really stands out above others in terms of feasibility, in terms of numbers, in terms of both demographic numbers as well as budget numbers. So there's a part of me that also says some of this has to be guided by budget and what's feasible, because we could come up with ideas just looking at numbers and say consolidate in these ways, but then when the numbers actually bear out, if one model doesn't actually save money and one does, that also ultimately will determine where things go. So all that to say, I hear you. I'm leaning toward Judah's push just in terms of having a model, but that the community could respond to with due diligence to be able to say, here are all the things that have been explored to get there, but wanting to bring the community together versus worried about some division.
So this may seem odd, but I would be advocating to 1 or 3. No pun intended. So the reason is, well, no matter what you propose, no matter of the number of what you propose, I think it's important to have the criteria that you're basing your preferred option, whether it's 1 or 3 or 2, and why you're having a recommended option, because we want to hear from the community and we want to have alignment with the community, and we cannot have that if we don't share with them clearly why the superintendent is recommending one option over any option or 3 options and preferring one option over the others. So I think the criteria and the evaluation is going to be really critical and important. And to Bernie's point about the baseline, it might be that the third option is doing nothing and kicking the can down to next year or 4 years from now. And it's important for us to elevate. What does that mean? What are we going to sacrifice if we do that? That might be a decision the board will hear from people. And we need to share what's the cost of that and why that option may fail in the criteria that you will share with us. So I think that's where I would recommend either 1 or 3, even if the third option is not consolidating at this year.
Can I jump in real quick? I just want to clarify. It's not proposing 3 options for the board to decide. There is going to be a recommendation from you of which of these courses of action that you prefer, and you explain it. But it helps us to understand the totality of your thought process by being able to look at the stuff that's driving your decision.
Can I ask a clarifying question then, Bernie? Would that mean if Brian comes on September 11th and says, I have 1 proposal, but let me tell you why, here are I considered 2 proposals, I considered 3, but the reason I landed on 1 was because, does that meet your need?
Yeah, I think you basically said we've considered these 3 options, right? And we recommend you adopt this one because blah, 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 blah. And then you can reach out to the other courses of action. And then you're saying, well, this is superior to the other ones because this is better in this category, this is better in this category, or whatever. That's basically is what, because for us, when you come
for me, I guess, when you come to me with one decision to make, as far as I'm concerned, you already made that decision. You're not giving us an opportunity to analyze your decision-making process. This helps, and it helps in transparency. It helps in explaining your thought process behind it.
So I think actually you are saying one proposal with the background knowledge to understand how that proposal was the one to be brought forward.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, because no matter what, even like in the Navy process, we
Yeah.
always recommend one to the boss, but
Yeah.
the boss gets to see 3.
Yeah, got it.
So that would be in the September 11th meeting, right? Okay, because I was concerned about having too many options for the community, for everybody already covered why. I do like Sammy's idea of that third option being nothing, because I think that's important to say, like, this is what would happen to staffing in 2 years, like if nothing changed. So that way, because that's our baseline right now, that we're considering all the conversations are based on the baseline we have now. And so I think that that would be helpful to include, in knowing that we obviously, that's not going to be something possible without a tremendous loss of staff across the school and support, but that's, does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does, and
Okay.
we have much of that information based on our budget over the
Right.
years, that chart that we shared with you last spring.
Yeah, because we already have it, so it would be just helpful to enter it into this iteration of the conversation. And it's, I think that would be pretty easy just to add that in of the rationales, not to say that it wasn't taken seriously, but just as the baseline comparison, I think is really, I would rather use that one than the throwaway term, Bernie, just because people, I know what you're saying. I just understand like how that might land for folk, but like if it's our baseline,
Yeah,
the same
that
thing.
scenario is usually just baseline if we do nothing. Right?
Yeah,
And the whole purpose of planning is to do something.
Yeah.
So that inaction is not inaction.
Yeah.
But you do want to present that because sometimes inaction is actionable.
Inaction is action because you're making a decision to defer it to another set of folk, potentially. Yeah. So that's okay. Thank you. Oh, I did want to say, Ryan, I appreciate the thought process that you explained to us. That really helped me in thinking about this too, where you were saying like how it aligned with the equity lens and stuff. So thanks for walking us through that.
Sure.
I hate being last because now I've heard everybody and I'm really, I like what everybody said and I appreciate it. And I'm glad you clarified, Bernie, because that makes more sense than hearing where we're going to, if we hear more than one option, you're going to just have a whole lot of people upset. And so I like that, what you were saying, and coming with one is kind of where I was going. But yeah, so that's kind of where I'm headed. And I know this is kind of also off a little bit, but in the end, when it comes down to after making that final decision, I don't know how to do this, but if I'm a school that's going to close, I want to know first before everybody else, as a staff, as a student. And I don't know if that's possible, but that would be really hard for me to hear that my school's closing and everybody heard that at the same time, because there's going to be a lot, like I'm even getting emotional thinking about it because I've lived through this, and it is such an emotional state for people, kids, parents, staff. Like, it's going to be hard. And, you know, I love that we started with Byron and his innovative thinking and all of that, because that's very exciting and there's a lot of passion under that. But in the long run, there's going to be people that this is going to be really hard. And I think bringing one proposal so that we're not upsetting everyone, because it is traumatizing. And when that decision's close, I don't, like I know there's lots of things that have to happen, but I would want to know first.
So a couple things about that. One is that the proposal that I'm going to bring you on September 11th will be scrutinized, investigated, new iterations of it will come forward from the community. That is all fine, because the proposal I bring forward may not be the best proposal. And so I want to make sure that, like I said that earlier, but I just kind of want to remind people, even though I'm going to say we thought of A, B, and C, and this is the one I'm bringing forward, that one I'm bringing forward has the potential not to be the final decision of the board. So what I can say, understanding that I'm bringing one for proposal forward, is back to Sammy's question about the first and second read. And I think bringing forward a proposal that people can then either coalesce around or change iteratively would allow us to bring that forward for a first and second read. And in that case, that board packet goes out on a Friday, and I can be in touch with that school community or school communities as that information goes out. That's the best I can do, recognizing that it's going to be a motion and approval by the board during an evening meeting.
Sure. The other thing, and you kind of said this, but I also think, I know that when you are looking at this, that you are going to be very thorough with your team of looking at all the possibilities and why you're looking at this. And I think it's just critical that all those reasons are communicated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, as Kim said, early it was pretty easy because we closed a school because it wasn't safe for kids to be in,
Mm-hmm.
and we're not there. And so I know your thoroughness, and I know your team is very, really looking at the whole picture, and I think that is what needs to be communicated so that people really understand it's not just based on, they're going to come up with all kinds of ideas what it's based on, and I want to be really clear to everyone all the reasons.
Okay.
Ryan, do you have the direction you need, or do we need to take action?
No, I have the direction I need. I feel like I have a general feeling that everybody is hoping that I can bring forward a proposal, but explain a couple of other example or other proposals that were taken into consideration and why those weren't the one that was brought forward to all of you. So I think I have one more slide maybe.
Just wanted to make sure everybody was,
Yeah.
okay.
So this is, again, just sort of the reminder that this will trying to create transparency in the framework, making sure that people understand when those meetings are going to happen, and that at the end of the day, the board will take action in November in preparation for the upcoming school year, allowing us time to prepare for that. Thank you. This is going to be challenging, and at the same time, I'm optimistic about what that can look like as we move forward for our students in terms of the resources that they need in the system that we're continuing to further develop.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay. Everybody probably needs to take a breath again. It's hard to just like roll into the next agenda item. It's like, geez. But we just have one more item on the agenda, or two actually, but the next item on the agenda is consolidated action. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for action. Does anyone have a question about anything in consolidated action? Does anyone wish to make a motion?
Chair, I move to approve consolidated action as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Sammy and seconded by Judah. Is there any final discussion? Okay. Has been moved by Sammy and seconded by Judah to adopt the consolidated action items as submitted. Judah?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Sammy?
Aye.
Shauna?
Aye.
Bernie?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. And with that, there's no further business, and the meeting is adjourned at 2:47 p.m. Thanks, everyone.